Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for our delays, but we would like to try to get underway quickly because it's already past 4 o'clock. So thank you all for coming here today. Thanks for everyone tuning in online. This is a public hearing of the Correction Advisory Committee. I'm Tig Dooley, one of the co-chairs of the committee. Marisol Garcia to my left is the other co-chair, and we'll introduce the other members here in a moment. But first, I just want to say something very briefly about what the committee is and what we're trying to do today, what we're all here for today. So the Correction Advisory Committee was created by statute, Public Act 2218, along with the Office of Correction Ombuds, which is the office that we're trying to fill through today's hearing. The advisory committee is intended to, and I think will be more of an advisory committee and play a role advising the ombuds, overseeing the work of the ombuds, and playing some kind of liaison role between that office and the public. And I think we all look forward to the point at which that is our main job. But preliminarily, the statute requires us to identify, recruit, and recommend candidates to serve as the inaugural correction ombuds. And that's what we've been preoccupied with for going on a year now. And what I'd just say about that is, I guess I speak for myself, but I might very well speak for everyone up here. It has been a much more complicated and multi-layered task than I think we anticipated coming into this. None of us were appointed to this committee based upon our experience in public hiring or HR or appropriations or any of these things. And so it's been a steep learning curve. And that in part explains some of the regrettable delays that we've experienced in coming to this point. But we're very grateful to be at this point at long last, where we have a public hearing, which is required by the statute to hear from the candidates that we've identified and will be recommending to the governor for appointment to this important office. The folks who are here today, we have three finalists who you'll be hearing from. They're all extremely well qualified, and we're very grateful that they applied and that we were gifted with so many strong applications for the position, notwithstanding the difficulties we had creating the position and recruiting for it. We had, I believe, 30 applications for this role, of which 8 were selected for interviews, and now we're down to the final 3. So I really just want to commend and thank those 3, Barbara Fair, Hillary Carpenter, and Ken Krajewski, for making it this far and for showing such dedication and optimism about this role. So what's going to happen here today is we're going to hear from each of them in turn, basically alphabetically. So we'll be hearing from Ms. Carpenter first. She'll have a few minutes to, each of them will have a few minutes to make an opening statement. And then we will go in order, asking any questions that we have. And we've kind of pre-selected that order based on our appointment numbers. Don't ask me where our appointment numbers come from, but they're in the legislation. And so I'll go through those now by way of introducing the folks who are up here. So again, I'm Tig Dooley. I am the appointee of Representative Staffstrom. My role is meant to be the one who has expertise in law, specifically the rights of incarcerated persons. To my left is Marisol Garcia, who is the appointee of Senator Winfield, and she fulfills the role of one who is directly impacted, meaning someone who has been incarcerated or has had a loved one who has been incarcerated. I believe online on the Zoom, we have John Cipolla, who is the appointee of Representative Fishbein. And his special qualification in the statute is one who is a victim of violent crime, a person who advocates for victims' rights, or an attorney who has represented a victim of a violent crime. I believe John Bowen was unable to make it tonight. He is a member of the committee, however, and he was the appointee of Senator Kissel. and is one who has expertise in corrections. Then here in person, we have Mel Medina on the far left, Melvin Medina, who appointee of Speaker Ritter, who has one who has a demonstrated interest in advancing the rights and welfare of incarcerated persons. Then two down, Andrew Gearing is the appointee of Senator Looney, also one with a demonstrated interest in advancing the rights and welfare of incarcerated persons. Immediately to my right, Benjamin Howell, the appointee of Representative Candelora, who is one with expertise in the provision of medical care to incarcerated persons or formerly incarcerated persons. Kaisha Velasquez, a few down there, you can wave when I call your name, is Senator Kelly's appointee to the committee, and she is one who has expertise in the provision of mental health care to incarcerated persons or formerly incarcerated persons. Scott Semple was unable to make it today. He's the governor's appointee, another who has expertise in corrections. Reena Kapoor is also online. She is another of the governor's appointees who has expertise in medication in a correctional setting. And finally, Daryl McGraw, I think just sit down at the end there, who is the third of the governor's appointees and another who is directly impacted. So again, we have these sort of statutory roles, none of which is knowing how to run a meeting or a hearing or hire people. And so our apologies for any shortcomings in that regard. So I do want to get moving here given the hour, but given that I have the floor at the moment, I want to just say one thing, maybe two things that are related. One is I want to thank the Judiciary Committee for hosting us in this room today. It's great to see people in person. A lot of us are only actually meeting in person for the first time, having had our prior meetings online. And in particular, on behalf of everyone, certainly on behalf of Marisol, I think the whole committee, I want to thank Kirsten Briner from the Judiciary Committee for the incredible help she's given us, particularly in the last few months as we've reached the home stretch. And also today, Nate Couchman, who's helping out. So thank you to you two as well. And then the flip side of that is, and this, I'm only speaking for myself here, but with respect to the Judiciary Committee, we're obviously, the Judiciary Committee was a sponsor as a whole of the PROTECT Act, along with several other senators, representatives. Obviously, all the members of the committee are very aware of how important this new office is, the Office of Correction Ombuds and the Advisory Committee. I would just like to invite the members of the Judiciary Committee to take a more active role in assisting us as we try to get this office off the ground. And I want to flag in particular one of the obstacles that we've faced, and you'll probably be hearing about this in some of the questions today, is that the appropriation for this office in the fiscal year 23-24 appropriation is $400,000 a year. That is less than 2/3 of the amount that the Office of Fiscal Analysis stated would be required for this office to operate. And it is far less than any of us on this committee believe is necessary for the office to fulfill its role. We learned of this towards the end of the last legislative session and really scrambled to try to do something about it. We delivered a detailed letter to the Appropriations Committee, the Judiciary Committee, ranking members asking for increased funding, or at a minimum to roll over the fiscal 23 budget of $400,000 to fiscal 24. We received no response to that, and that was very disappointing to me. Again, I'm speaking only for myself here, but I think I'm expressing a general frustration with the inadequate budget that has been allotted to this office, and we're very much looking forward to hearing from our finalists how they're going to work within that budget and how they're going to work with us to increase it. And I just want to, before we begin that, formally make this call for the Appropriations Committee, members of the Judiciary Committee, and others to do more in this upcoming short session to fully fund this office. Okay, with that, we can get started with our first finalist, who's Ms. Carpenter. The other two, we're going to now move into an ante room, and then they'll kind of take turns. Each candidate is going to have an opportunity, like I said, to make a an opening statement, and then we're going to go down the line with questions beginning with Ms. Garcia and ending with me, and otherwise going in that order that I mentioned earlier. Each candidate will then have about a minute to kind of sum up before we move on to the next. And then after all three have gone through this process, we'll open up to public comment. We have, I think, 15 or 20 people registered. So, there's a lot of people with an interest in this, and we'll try to get through all those comments. Those will be limited to 3 minutes. You do not have to take 3 minutes. Nobody will be disappointed if you make your comments in a minute or less, but we will cut you off after 3, I'm afraid, because we need to get through a great many, and it's already going on 4:30. So we'll now hear from Ms. Carpenter. Thanks. Have a seat. Thank you for being here. Welcome. And like I said, you can take a few minutes to say whatever you'd like and by way of an opening statement, explaining your qualifications, and then we'll follow up with questions.
Thank you. I'm honored and humbled to be here today. My name is Hillary Carpenter, and I'm a senior assistant public defender right here in Hartford. For the past 2 decades, beginning with my work with the Innocence Project Northwest and law school right up until today, I have devoted my life to advocating for incarcerated and indigent clients. It is my life's purpose, and I will continue to do it forever. My career in public defense in Connecticut began at what was then known as the Habeas Corpus Unit, now the Post-Conviction Unit. In that position, I traveled all over the state, meeting regularly with clients in every single facility in the state. I worked with clients on claims of ineffective assistance of counsel, due process violations, and calculation of jail credit. The cases that I handled in the habeas unit often lasted for years. As a result, I formed deep and lasting relationships with my clients and was able over time to discern patterns in the concerns that they expressed to me about the conditions of their confinement. Certain concerns repeat themselves over and over: access to mental health treatment, access to medical care, and especially during and after the pandemic, access to work and programming are perennial subjects of concern even to this day. Other issues I've observed cropping up more recently among my clientele include challenges related to aging prisoners and the use of SRG to punish inmates who have fallen out of favor with the department. Beyond these, importantly, there are systemic issues that need to be identified, articulated, and addressed. I've helped sentenced prisoners navigate the complicated DOC system with an emphasis on empowering them to advocate for themselves and intervening directly when necessary. I've maintained professional relationships with department personnel, knowing that burning bridges will not help with current and future clients, but I am not afraid to speak truth to power, especially when it comes to my clients. During my legal career, I had the distinct privilege and pleasure of serving as the president of the Connecticut Network to Abolish the Death Penalty. I joined CNADP in 2005, as soon as I moved back to Connecticut, when it was just a tiny group of passionate volunteers. Under my leadership, it expanded into a full-fledged grassroots organization with a paid staff overseeing our ever-growing body of volunteers. We mobilized murder victim survivors, family members of the incarcerated, law enforcement, the religious community, and countless other stakeholders in the community around the sole purpose of abolishing the death penalty. We lobbied the legislature, educated the community, and organized activists from all different walks of life who may have never worked together before. And we were successful. My work with the CNADP was recognized by the Connecticut Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. It was a deeply rewarding experience that taught me much about our court, corrections, and political systems. Since 2014, I've worked as a public defender in the busy GA courthouse in Hartford, representing thousands of clients over the past 10 years. While the majority of my clients are non-incarcerated, a significant percentage are or have been incarcerated either prior to disposition of their cases or as sentenced prisoners. I do not consider my work done at the conclusion of my case, and I continue to work with my clients on any issues that arise during their incarceration, and even with reentry into the community, which is an area that our division is working to expand. I had hoped to insert a joke here about Opus the penguin, but I came up empty, and I apologize for that. You do have two other excellent candidates to hear from today, and I'm proud to sit among them. And I thank you for your time and your consideration today.
Okay, thank you very much for that statement. So we'll begin with questions, and as I said, we'll go in order, beginning with Ms. Garcia. Okay, you got it. I think just once.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carpenter. One, I have to tell you that in the Department of Corrections, no inmate is ever in favor. So that within its own right is a joke. Second being, you mentioned certain things with regards to mental health and other aspects. So that actually brings me very well, as we all have seen the media headlines, we have seen what has occurred in the past year or two in the Department of Corrections that has been going on for quite some time. So we know that this office is long overdue. My question to you is this: what do your first 90 days look like, being that the need is immediate?
Which my first 90 days look like with respect to mental health only?
No, with regards to what would be your first steps in the first 90 days if you were to start, and when would that start?
I think that in the first 90 days, I would need to meet with the committee itself to come up with a plan for the first year, and actually a month by month or quarter by quarter plan for what needs to be addressed right away, what data needs to be collected, what needs to be analyzed, and what needs are going to come before anything else. And then also continue to work with committee on more long range goals.
Okay, thank you. Next in line, had a minute ago. John Sapoli, are you online? Would you like to ask any questions? I think you're muted, John.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. So I really enjoyed your opening statement there. You made a lot of fair points. I appreciate you touching on not burning any bridges, and it makes me hopeful that you won't be biased or make things personal. But what other approaches will you take where you will put your own agenda and needs aside to address not just the population, but also the staff, to make sure everyone has a safe and fair time while in the DOC?
Thanks for that question. As I indicated in my remarks, I have developed professional relationships with correction personnel, and I believe that those relationships make not only their job and my job easier, but it also makes things better for my clients. And that's my number one priority as a lawyer. But I think that I have built the foundation of good relationships with people involved in the corrections community over the last 17, 18 years that I can build on and go from there and rely on that goodwill that I established with them going forward.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to Melvin Medina.
Thank you, Attorney Carpenter, for your opening statement. I wanted to ask a question related to what I see are the tensions in the role of the position, those being the tension between the study of system failures of the correctional kind of system, the requirement to provide direct support and investigations to complaints that are being filed by people who are incarcerated, and in part to what our co-chair started this conversation with, funding that is not adequate to do all of that. Additionally, in statute is the requirement for public education and advocacy as well, to the extent there are regulatory or statutory challenges that are harming incarcerated people. I'm curious in thinking of your first year and thinking about how you structure your office, given your resources, uh, what is more valuable to you? A system analysis of what's going wrong in the system or the individualized complaints that you would be receiving? Both feel in tension with each other as you're starting to launch your office.
That's a great question. It is kind of like choosing between two favorite children. Which is your favorite? I don't know, but I think, I'm not trying to be squirrely here by saying both are important. But I think that whoever is the ombuds is going to have to develop a system that is clear, but also flexible, because it may need to be changed. It may not be the right system from the beginning to deal with the day-to-day, the incoming concerns and data, but will also free them up to tackle the systemic issues, which, as I said in my opening remarks, really do need to be identified and articulated and addressed. If we're just doing one or the other, we're not going to be doing the job we need to do.
Okay, next, Andrew Gearing.
Thank you, Attorney Carpenter, for your interest in this position. I assume you've thought about how you might wind down your practice and transition your current caseload to other attorneys should you be selected for this role. Can you speak to how that would work practically?
Sure. As a public defender, I'm quite accustomed to changing personnel and rotating positions, and I would definitely just have to sit down with my supervisor and work out a system to wrap things up. We do have record caseloads right now. They're very high, and but he's become quite adept at helping people wrap up their caseload before they move on to something else. So I don't have many concerns in that respect.
Thank you. And I have just one more question. How many incarcerated clients, if any, did you meet with in person at DOC facilities in the month of December? And I'd like both the number of clients, if any, and the names of the specific DOC facilities, if any.
Well, the vast majority of my clients are at HCC right now. I can't give you a number of how many I've met with. It's impossible for me to keep track of. Well, not impossible, but it's not something I do keep track of because there are so many. But I can tell you that I've met with clients over the past month, or at least going back to the beginning of December, in Corrigan, Osborne, McDougall, New Haven, and Hartford. Those are the ones that come right to mind, but there may be a few more that I've been to in the last month.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Dr. Howell.
Hello, Ms. Carpenter. Thank you. Must agree with everyone. Thank you for being here and sort of considering this role. You obviously will be the first, if you are named or whoever is named will be the first person in this position. So there's a real opportunity to define what this role looks like. As a defender, I imagine you're typically in an adversarial role with the DOC or with the prosecutors, or that's at least my understanding of the criminal justice system. But this role may sometimes be adversarial, may sometimes be more mediation, sort of working with the system. As it sits now, how do you envision the role sort of balancing those potential two poles of how it could be?
So I think that I look at this position as primarily an evaluating position. I've heard different phrases thrown around about this position from different people, and I'm not sure they're really getting the gist of what it is based on the statute and how the job is described in the statute. But my focus would be on evaluating the services that are provided to the incarcerated population and determining whether or not those services meet the needs. And I think all of us have the same opinion on that. The answer to that is no, they're not. And so we have to figure out where they're falling short and why. One very important question is why they're falling short. And I think that if we don't ask that question, we're not going to get the information that we need.
Thank you for that. I have one more, one more question. There is a similar, because this is a new position, there's a very practical component of actually staffing up this office and sort of dealing with all the issues that go along with building a new office and hiring people and managing people and things like that. I'd love to sort of know, I mean, we have your resume, but I'd love to hear in your words sort of what experience you have or skills you have that will speak to that side, the practical side
Sure.
of the role.
Sure. Probably my most pertinent experience comes from my experience as president of CNADP, where I had to take a tiny organization and turn it into what it became, which is a fully staffed organization that had the ability to work underneath the fiscal agency of a 501c3 organization. We were confident that we would not be around long, that we were going to be successful. So we didn't go through the long, laborious process of getting nonprofit status. But we had to make sure that, I had to make sure that the staff that we had covered the needs that we had in that organization, because it grew very quickly over a very short period of time. So we were able to do that. And also, I did work as president of CNADP in managing relationships between very different groups of people that came from very different perspectives. Some of these people would never work together on any other subject except this one subject. And so I had to navigate those relationships to make sure that they worked together in a way that met our mission and helped us meet our goal.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Velasquez.
I'm gonna pass.
Yes, that's fine. I should have definitely made that clear at the beginning. We're not obligated to fill our time, so that's fine. Online, I believe we have Dr. Kapoor. Rena, if you want to.
So I just had a question. I know that anybody in this role will have a steep learning curve, certainly, about how our carceral system works. But from what you know right now, what are the main challenges related to mental health in the system that need to be addressed?
So I think everybody here is aware of the recent research that came out saying that 95% of the incarcerated population is dealing with mental health issues. And so I think that, first of all, there is a problem with access. I've noticed that among my clientele that there are problems with access to appropriate mental health care treatment that needs to be tailored to the individual needs. Mental health is not just one thing. It's a huge spectrum of conditions and needs that need to be addressed in a meaningful way. And I don't think that DOC is currently set up to meet those needs, as diverse and intricate as they are. But there are also just access problems that I keep hearing from my clients, knowing that there is treatment available, but not being able to get it. And also issues with continuing that treatment once they get out, so that they are successful on probation or parole or whatever condition of release that they have, if any. So I think it's a problem of access to what is there, but also a shortage of services and treatment options that do exist right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so then Mr. McGraw.
Good afternoon, Attorney Carpenter. How are you? Thank you for coming. I have a question. In the ombudsman role, you mentioned reentry.
Yes.
When do you believe that the reentry process should start for an individual that's incarcerated?
As soon as possible. I have a client, for example, that was recently sentenced, and we were talking about reentry with him before his sentencing. So it's never too early to start that process. We had to meet with a individual that works with people convicted of the kind of offenses he was convicted of, knowing that he was going to be incarcerated for a number of years, but we wanted to establish that relationship so that when he was ready to be released, that they would be ready to work with him. So I think the answer to that is as soon as possible.
Oh, I have one more question. Thank you. Great answer, because those of us that are advocates and those of us that are informally incarcerated, we believe reentry begins at the beginning of the sentence, not the end. So I appreciate your answer. My other question would be, As a public defender, you know that there's racial disparities within the criminal justice system, and especially within our prison system. When complaints of race or racism come in, how do you see yourself proceeding to investigate a complaint like that from a person that's inside?
Well,
How would you
this-
start? What would be your first initial process?
Okay. I think that, first of all, that is one of the systemic issues that I alluded to in my opening remarks that needs to be identified, articulated, and addressed. And I think that one of the things that I have found, at least with death penalty work, is when you have a reluctant audience and you have people that are difficult to swing over to your side, so to speak, that giving them data, hard facts, data, numbers is very effective. And we did that a lot with the death penalty work, which did include, as you know, racial disparity numbers that were pretty stark and pretty shocking to a lot of people that weren't as familiar with the subject as we are. So I think that would be the place that I would start with that.
Numbers don't lie. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I've reserved the last slot so that the others could do the hard work for me, but just picking up the pieces, I suppose I'll more directly ask you, Ms. Carpenter, in light of the appropriation for the office and the needs, including the statutory remit of the office, what is your plan for staffing? What types of people do you think you need to have assisting you in this office if you're appointed, and how are you going to pay for it?
So it's, I appreciated your comments about appropriations because I know that it's difficult in a subject such as this to get the support, the financial support for what we're seeking to do. It's that way with anyone on this side, so to speak, of the criminal justice issue to get. It's very difficult to get across the importance of funding and what it's going to accomplish. As far as staffing, I think that I would need to work with the committee on the 1-year plan and the quarterly goals and objectives in order to make a determination about how the office would be staffed and what kind of funding we would need to do that. So I am not shy from this challenge at all. I am used to asking people the difficult question, which is to give money to a cause that is not popular. It's not something that is out there, where people are throwing money at it. So I'm used to that. So I would definitely work with this group to determine how that would best be done.
Great, thanks. So I'll now, if there's any follow-up questions based on what you've already heard, we can take a minute for those, and then we'll allow Ms. Carpenter a minute to sum up.
I do have a follow-up. So I heard you start out with, we need to evaluate meat. Here's where my concern is, and I know this isn't a concern that I say by myself. As someone who is justice impacted, this project, this position actually was my undergraduate and my graduate capstone about the ombudsman and this position in office. So my concern has always been the population, who, as everybody likes to refer to them as the population, inmates. Those numbers are human beings. So this is kind of where my concern is, and it's not just you, but it's anybody in this position. There's only so much time for research. We've had, in the United States, we have a long history of the carceral history, and it's already there. The research is already there. It's been done, and it speaks for itself. So my concern becomes almost feeling like there is a lot of research being done, a lot of questions asked, but no tangible plan.
Jason Casiano.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. So sorry. There's no tangible plan, or at least a preemptive strike coming into the office with the concerns that have already littered the media, that we know to be existing problems. Do you still feel that you need to take coming in a much more cautionary approach, Or do you think, meaning asking and looking and asking certain questions versus knowing that there are already existing problems and not coming in with a preemptive plan to address those things, even though we know money is an issue and a hiccup. The concern is, I think, knowing that there are certain line items that will be first and foremost within the first 90 days, beyond researching, beyond having conversations. I think action is, I think, what I'm looking more for.
Okay. Yes. So first of all, let me be clear about what I said earlier about data and numbers. I'm not talking about necessarily doing research. As you said, there already has been a tremendous amount of research done. With the death penalty, we had that same situation. There's excellent bodies of research. The problem was people didn't have access to that. They did not know about it. We did because we're nerds and we know about that, but they didn't know about it. And making that information accessible to them and meaningful to them, pertinent to the state of Connecticut, pertinent to their job, was what we had to do. So I want to make a distinction between actually saying going out and doing research. That's not what I'm talking about. That research is being done and has been done to a large extent. What we need to do is figure out how to use it effectively to grow the office, to get our message across, and to make the changes that we have decided we wanted to make. And that's what I would do after consultation with you in the first 90 days.
So with that being said, what I'm wondering, would it be feasible that within your first 90 days, you'll have site visits? Because I think with the population as a whole, isn't it hearing from the community who's being impacted one of the key things to have?
I don't see why not.
Any other questions for Ms. Carpenter? Yep.
So, Attorney Carpenter, I was thinking, I was listening to my colleagues speak to you, I'm thinking about like having understanding the way the criminal justice system works, right? They know, people that are inside know way more stuff, like they're on top of this stuff, they're on top of the news. So it's the day that you get hired, you're gonna get an influx of complaints and people are gonna want action, right? I think my first question will be, how do you handle those, the things that are, even though you're not set up, you got things going on, people are gonna need those situations addressed. How do you plan to do that? And then my second question, I know I'm gonna try to get them all in. Who's your first hire? You know, having been in a position where it's a new position and you're trying to think of your team, who's the first person, like right now, if you got the job today, who are you looking for? Who's your team? How do you start your team? How do you build that team? Who's your first, what position are you first filling?
I'm sorry, can you remind me? what
I'm
the first part of
sorry.
the question was?
Yeah, I don't get out much, so,
Oh, no,
yeah, so the
I
first,
remember now.
are
So,
you good?
Yes.
All right,
The
cool.
influx of information that's going to be coming and I alluded to this earlier in my comments to answer to somebody else's question, is the importance of setting up a system that can do that can handle that and be flexible enough to change if it's not working correctly. So I would be focused on setting that system up. It's really important. This issue is important to me because what I think are the most important issues is not important. It's what the incarcerated population thinks are the most important issues. So I might have my own biased view of what those issues are based on my clientele, but that doesn't mean that they are the most important issues by any stretch of the imagination. And so I would try to give the incarcerated population a way to communicate those issues so that we have that information and we can discern what needs to be prioritized. And then the second part of the question.
Who's your first hire?
My first hire.
Yeah, who's coming on
I
first?
don't know the answer to that, who my first hire is.
Meaning
I do
like
know,
position,
that the two
position.
people that are here with me today are incredible sources of information
Mhm.
that I would be immediately relying upon. And I can definitely tell you that.
I can reframe the question, meaning like, who would you, is it an assistant? Is it a data person? Is it a, who would you, what position do you think is most important for you to fill right away?
Well, I think a data person is probably going to be up there. I don't know if it's going to be the first person I would hire, but it would definitely be up there. And then, you know, I think things like an assistant can be worked out, you know, when I determine what kind of assistance I need, but I would definitely think a data person would be one of the first people up there.
My first question was, the reason why I asked that is because I wrote the ombudsman when I was incarcerated and I'm still waiting for a response. Thanks.
So there'll be a stack of papers on your desk, I guess, if
I'll get right
going
here,
back.
right?
And if you see mine, I'm good. I'm all right. I'm good.
So, Ms. Carpenter, if you'd like to make any final statement, anything that didn't come across in the questions, you're welcome to do so, and we'll, you know, keep it relatively brief, but we really appreciate your answering our questions.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sorry, we do have one more follow-up.
Oh.
Sorry.
Apologies, I just have to get better at signaling. Please receive this question in light of the what I read as a statutory obligation for legislative advocacy, which is, in my view, fairly unique in the role, because in my experience with government relations work, especially for government institutions, there can be a reluctance of someone that holds this type of a position to think thoughtfully about not just what is required on this under the statute as it is currently, but what revisions you would have to the statute for the purpose of increasing your power and authority to protect people who are incarcerated.
Mhm.
And wanted to ask you directly, are you comfortable with the idea of advocating for increased roles in addition to appropriations so that you can be more effective in your role?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's something I not only would be comfortable with, but I think I would want to do anyway. Thank you.
So go ahead, if you have any final comment, go ahead.
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for your application, for bearing with us here, and for your responses tonight.
Thank you.
Take care.
You're
So, yeah, it looks like Kirsten is going to get Ms. Fair, our second candidate, and Ms. Carpenter will we'll go to the ante room, and then we'll do the same process in just a moment. Good afternoon, Ms. Fair. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I think you might have heard this at the beginning, but we're going to give you an opportunity to begin with to make any kind of opening statement you'd like. After that, we'll go in sort of a sequential order with questions. There might be a few follow-ups, and then you'll have an opportunity at the end if you like to, you know, sum things up or add in anything that you didn't get to. So, you know, thank you for being here, and we'll hear your opening statement if you have one. Thanks.
To tell the truth, I don't have an opening statement, and
That's fine. If you want to wing it, that's fine, or we can move right
I
ahead.
really didn't write one because I feel like my work speaks for itself. Decades of doing this, so I'm not really telling you guys anything that you don't already know. So I didn't write anything, but I took this position because, to tell the truth, is what I do anyway. The things that the ombudsperson's going to do, as far as protecting the well-being of incarcerated people, making that a focus, working with other organizations, other stakeholders in the prison system, including working with corrections, commissioners. I mean, I'm already doing those kind of things. So I get letters and texts, phone calls, emails, all of that for years from incarcerated people. And they will tell you I handwrite all of them back because I think it's important that they don't get a letter that that someone just sent to them, not even responding to their actual needs. So I've been handwriting letters since then. So I've done all these things. So this job would just mean, okay, now I'll have staff. I won't have to do it all myself because right now I do it all myself. And so that's the main reason I decided to even put in for the job, because the reality, I was not thinking about this job at all. I just wanted to get someone in place. And my organization reminded me that you'll have staff, you won't be, doing it all by yourself. And so I hemmed and I hawed. And I thought about, you are doing all that stuff now. It would be nice to have some help. And so that's what made me put in for it. And so here I am.
Well, we're very grateful that you are here. Thank you again, and we'll begin questions with Ms. Garcia.
So my question is actually two-pronged. First one being that we all know that getting here has taken forever and a day, and the concern is the immediacy. What would your first 90 days look like if you were to start tomorrow?
I think the first thing on my list would be letting the community know that we actually have an on-buds person. Educating them, maybe having some community meetings to educate them on what the out-of-the-buds office is about. The things that would come to them, what we expect from them, what they can expect from me. And then once the community's has all the information, I think my next thing would be thinking about meeting with the commissioner who I already work with, but in a different role. So I would be looking to sit down with the commissioner and the administrative staff, which at one time it was a weekly thing. And so I would get back into doing that, working on that relationship. And then I think I'd start looking at an office. Where would I have the office space at? Who would I hire as staff to work with me? One of the things I'd be interested in doing is finding people who've been formerly incarcerated to be on that staff, be a part of that staff, because they have life experience on the inside. And so those would be some of my basic things that I would be doing.
So I'm going to
right off the bat.
Refer back to, because I think one of my questions would be, within the first 90 days, would you be visiting the facilities to
Of
make your
course.
presence known? Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
also going with that.
Yes,
not
I
to be-
definitely would want to go into facilities to meet with the wardens, the administrative staff, try to build some relationships with them. Let them know that I'm here for everybody's safety, because I feel no one's safe unless all of us are safe. So I would make it clear to them, I'm not your enemy. All I want to do is make things safe for everyone, and for people to come outside of prison better than they went in, as opposed to what I see all the time, people coming out just broken, and many not able to function. And so I just want them to know that's all I want. I don't want you to turn your prisons into camps. Just treat people humanely. And to me, that's such a basic thing, and I don't understand how people don't get it. They'll see me as being against correctional officers or police or whatever in law enforcement. And really, I'm not. I'm against injustice. I'm against inequality, and I'm against inhumanity. And so if you have a problem with me, it's because these things are okay for you, but they're not for me.
So this will also phrase my third question, because you have indicated in your prior responses that you are trying to create a balanced relationship with those who are impacted, as well as the staff, to make it a safe environment for everyone. I know it has been pointed out numerous times in the media and other aspects that you are heavily for the formerly incarcerated community. Do you feel that your personal history will impact your ability to work with the Department of Corrections, the commissioner, in a safe fashion? Can you reiterate that is not going to be a stumbling block?
It's not a stumbling block now, and it hasn't been for months when we work together on policies. getting the Protect Act passed and the meetings that we've had since then. My past experience, well, my son's past experience, did not interfere with any of that. I actually talked to people from the union and try to get them on board to understand that I hear your concerns, but we need to listen to both sides of the concerns if we're going to come to something that works for everybody.
Thank you.
So
very
no,
much.
that has never been a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up is John Sapoli online, if you're there.
Still here. How you doing tonight, Miss Barbara Fair?
How you doing?
Doing all right myself. Oh, is my video glitching there? There we go.
Mhm.
So just to piggyback off what Marisol was just saying, I'm also an employee of the department, and there's concerns amongst the employees of the department whether or not your own bias and agenda will affect your ability to separate that from your actual work as an ombudsman. What steps will you take to focus on the job rather than your own experiences?
I'm not focused on my own experiences now, and I haven't been in doing this work. I can understand why people on the inside correctional staff might have some concerns. And the only concerns they should have is, can we work together? Can they hear the pain and suffering of incarcerated people? And people may say that I'm biased and focused on just them, but this is about, I know a lot of correctional staff who go to work and they really come into this wanting to make a change. And what I have seen and heard from many of them, and matter of fact, just yesterday, that it's hard to go in there and try to make a change because the culture won't allow them to. And so what I'm trying to do is get the correctional staff, starting with the head who trains people to look at incarcerated people as like they're less than, like they're manipulative, don't trust them, don't get close, all that kind of stuff. I want to go right to the top and stop that kind of training, because I think that kind of training is what developed this them versus us mentality. And that's going to be one of the biggest jobs that we have to work on. But the reality, I'm not biased. People would like to say that, but if I was biased, then I wouldn't been able to work with the commissioner and the commissioner's staff for as long as I have. I mean, we get into meetings and there's a lot of levity. It's like, you know, people have their narrative. I can't do anything about their narrative, but I'm just in it, like I said, to make sure that place is safe for incarcerated people who have no voice. Now, it may seem a little biased because I fight so hard for them. It's because they have no voice. Correctional staff have the state behind them. They have the union behind. They have people to support them. Incarcerated people have no one. And as a child, I always stuck up for the one who was being bullied all the time. And I guess that's just a part of who I am, and that's who I am as an adult. And so it doesn't mean because I'm standing for the rights of incarcerated people that I don't care about correctional staff, or I think correctional staff, it's all bad. I know that's not I know that to be not a fact, because there are so many good people that get into corrections that want to make a difference. And many of them get out because they said the culture is so bad. They could not treat people the way they treat them and then go home at night. So, and I've actually talked to the commissioner too, because he has said that it's hard to get staff like nurses and social workers and doctors in there. And I said to him, it's not so much, because he thinks it's about the pay. And I tell him it's not so much about pay, it's about the culture that people have to work in and operate inside. Because I know of people who did do that, who did go in there, nurses who went in and they said the way I had to treat people, if you respect your oath that you make to do no harm, then you can't go in an environment like that, because the culture results in people being harmed. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. I do have an additional question, based on your answer. So it seems like a lot of your focus, should you get this job, will be based on reforming not just resources for inmates, but also your resources or the resources for employees as well. Correct me if I'm misspoken on that, but I'm just wondering, how are you going to divide your time on the two if you plan on helping both the inmate population as well as the staff culture?
I don't think it takes a lot more to work with staff than to work. I don't see that as a big burden to work with staff and correctional and incarcerated people. I don't see it as a burden. Where do you see the problem?
My concern is just time and resources. As everyone has acknowledged, or we're predicting, there will be a major flux of complaints from the population coming to the ombudsman desk. So if that pile starts getting too large, will you also be able to find the time to work with the correctional staff and just make it a safe place for everyone, like you said?
Yes, because I will have staff. I won't have to do it all by myself. I already get many complaints, and I pretty much work them myself, or those that I can't do anything myself, I send them to the commissioner, forward them to him. He forwards them out to other people, delegate. And so it's never been a big burden answering to complaints that people have. And plus I make sure that people understand that I'm trying to change the system, not individual complaints. So I don't focus on every little individual complaint that comes to me. I'm more looking for how can we make system change. So it doesn't take a lot. And with staff, I'll have help. Anything that you really want to do, you find the time to do it. That's the way I feel.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Medina.
Hello, Ms. Barbara Fair.
Hi, how you doing?
I want to acknowledge that in large part why we are here is a great deal of your advocacy, not just yours, but your organization, Stop Solitary, and the various advocates that pushed for this advisory council to even exist and for this position of ombudsman to be re-envisioned. And not only that, but you are among a few of people in our state, which is in part what makes you a treasure, that has been doing criminal legal reform work since the 90s when it was not popular.
Before the 90s.
Before the 90s.
When I would come up here and people would look at me like I had horns.
Right.
I actually had a letter that I put in a folder and gave to news people yesterday. It was a letter when I first started coming up here testifying, and it was a testimony that I wrote in 2001. And I was letting the reporters see that the same things I was advocating in 2001, here it is 2024, and I'm still advocating for the same thing. So it just shows that how little things change. And I think we have to just continue pushing. I really see the tide is beginning to turn in the way we handle corrections in the state. And I remember corrections way back when it wasn't this bad, when we weren't just warehousing people, where people actually could go to school, get an education, get a job, come home on furloughs. I remember those days. So it doesn't have to be as bad as it is now, but it's gotten there. We can't just keep going down that slippery slope. We have to turn things around and make things better.
The reason I noted is, to me, it's important for the record when we evaluate the potential for you in this role, that we count those 30 years of advocacy, knowing the system, the challenges, and its history, to me, are incredibly important. We started out by naming the challenges of funding around this office. And in light of the funding, the tension that's created by the broadness of the statute as it currently exists, you are required to evaluate services for people who are incarcerated, to be responsive to complaints, to be responsible for public education and legislative advocacy, and at the same time study annual studies about conditions. And part of that, I'm sure, is a study of the system itself and where the failures are. Those all feel like tension points about where you place your time, and curious where you lean, whether that is towards a system analysis in your role and how that leads to the advocacy of shifting that system, or more time spent on the kind of individual challenges that people are experiencing, I should say harm that people are experiencing in the system itself.
Yeah, as I said, I'm looking more for, my focus would be on system change. I send that message to a lot of the people who write me and email me about different issues. And I tell them that I wish I could help everybody, but I can't. So what I try to do is forward things to the commissioner, see if he can, delegate and have somebody straighten stuff out. But for me, it's mostly how can I change the system, the culture, the way we do things, as opposed to focusing on everybody's individual little things. I wish I could, but that's not reasonable. So my focus has to be on the things that we need to change in the system.
And then my last question, I think I know the answer to this, given the acknowledgement of your years of advocacy work. Some of the challenges when it comes to the need to change governmental systems and institutions and the harm that they can commit is that often the people that hold those oversight roles don't view their work towards advocacy as in a way jeopardizing their authenticity or their ability to do their job. Are you comfortable with, as you read the statute, should there need to be an expansion to your powers as an ombudsman to do that advocacy work so that you can better protect incarcerated people?
I'm hoping that at some point there will be an expansion of powers, and also to all the staff members. We started out, if I remember, with the ombudsman having the power to go into the facilities, scheduled, unscheduled. Definitely want to do unscheduled. But I also know that there's so many facilities, one person can't do that. And I don't want to take a job that I can't do a good job at. And so I know I'm going to need to have permission for staff also to go into some of those prisons.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Buehring.
Thank you, Ms. Fair.
Thank you.
For your advocacy and for your interest in this position. Earlier in a response to a question from Ms. Garcia, you referred to your willingness to listen to both sides' concerns. Elsewhere in the interview process, I've heard various references to sides, as if DOC employees and people experiencing incarceration are in some sense diametrically opposed. Granted, there's no doubt that adversarial relationships exist elsewhere in the criminal justice system. As a public defender, I'm usually in an adversarial posture against prosecutors. And I believe that adversarial relationships can be collegial and productive, even when there is an imbalance in power. But do you see the relationship between people experiencing incarceration and the public employees responsible for their safety and security as an inherently adversarial relationship? In essence, are there in fact two sides? And I'd appreciate your views both on how it really is and on how you think it should be.
Like I said, I think the way the training that the employees receive about keeping your distance, not trusting, they're manipulative, all those kind of things builds an adversarial relationship. I don't think it has to be that way, but that's the way it is. So what I would be trying to do is make sure that they realize we're not enemies. You're in here to do your time. I'm here to do my job, and we can do this in a humane manner. And it's, because the sentence was about, you're not going to be free. Your liberty is gone, but you still have the right to be treated like a human being. And so we need the leadership to recognize that they're only there to serve time. Part of that sentence was not being in crappy facilities with mice running around and all kind of mold and stuff in the buildings and getting crappy food. They still need to be treated like human beings. And we don't have to be adversarial. I'm constantly saying that to the commissioner, trying to hope that he can believe that I don't want to be an adversary. I want us to work together. He'll tell you that. I say that all the time. I don't want us to fight. I want us to work together. Because what I'm asking for is something that you should want also. I'm not asking for anything that any human being would not want. And that's to have a nice, safe, secure place for people to do their time and go home.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's very well said.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Yes, sorry, I got my doctors mixed up. So Dr. Howell is next and Dr. Kapoor will come later.
Hello, Ms. Fair.
How you
Thank you
doing?
for being here and joining us. Honestly, one of the questions I was going to ask has already been adequately answered, questioned and answered already. One component, though, of this job is sort of defining a new role. This job doesn't exist as is. If you were named in the position, you would be the first person in this new role and sort of defining what it looks like. There's also a practical side to that. What do you think that looks like, and what skills do you bring to like the practical side of running this office, hiring people, managing people, and things like that?
Well, first of all, I stopped solitary. I opened that office. I managed that office. Years ago, I opened up a school-based clinic inside of an elementary school, and I ran that and I supervised people. I had to hire people. So I've done all this stuff before. It's not all new to me.
Thank you. One thing I would love to hear your thoughts on, I think a component of the Ombudsman's role to be bring in transparency
Yes.
into the DOC. So when I say that, what does that look like? What does transparency look like so that people know what's happening in the DOC and so we can address any issues that come up?
Well, I can just think of one thing right off the top of my head. I remember years ago, as far as transparency, you could go on DOC web and you can see how many staff members they have compared to the general population and what the budget was. The last couple of years, I haven't seen that information up there. So if we're going to be transparent, then people need to know what, like when the commissioner says we don't have enough staff, I need to be able to go and look somewhere and see, okay, how many staff do we have? Is that right that we don't have enough staff? But if you don't put the information out there, people don't know. Transparency for me is really, really important when someone that's incarcerated has a medical crisis. And I think their family should be aware. They shouldn't find out when the person's about to die or they're dead. They should find out, your loved one is having a crisis and we want to know, is there anything that you can do to support them? And is there anything that we can do as correctional staff to support them while they're going through a crisis? When there's death, is there somebody who's gonna, death in that family, is there somebody that's gonna counsel that person and help them get through their grief? So, transparency, everything doesn't have to be a secret. But for safety and security.
All right. Thank you very much. I have no question.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez.
I'll pass.
Okay, thank you. And now, Dr. Kapoor, if you're there. Great.
Hi, Ms. Fair. It's nice to see you. So I just wanted you to speak a little bit about how you understand the current mental health challenges that are facing DOC and what you might do to address them.
Well, first of all, as a clinical social worker, I understand a lot about diagnosis and medication. And so, and I hear so much from people on the inside that people are taking all kinds of medications. As a clinical social worker, I think some of those things, if we had counselors in there who could do more behavioral modification, talk therapy, things like that, everyone shouldn't have to be medicated. And so mental health is an issue. I don't believe anyone can go through incarceration and not end up with some mental health problems. We've done research that shows that according to DOC, many of Black and brown people are giving behavioral diagnosis as opposed to mental health issue. And so they are punished for their mental illness, which mental illness should never be a punishment. Addiction should not be a punishment. So one of the things I would do in working with the commissioner and the correctional staff on changing the culture is to recognize what mental illness is, and to make sure that we have some humane ways to treat people with mental illness. I hear from people if they say that they're depressed, they feel like they'll get put in segregation. And so they'll pretend that there's nothing wrong with them. They could be suicidal, but they're afraid to say it because they know they're not going to get the kind of help they need. So what I'd be doing was working with Commissioner and the correctional staff on what's the best ways to handle mental illness and addiction in a more appropriate manner as opposed to just drugging everybody. And I
Thank-
think if we change the culture, there'll be a lot less mental illness going on anyway, because a lot of that abuse would not be happening.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, Mr. McGraw.
Hello, Ms. Fair. How are you?
doing? Good.
Very good to see you. There's so many questions I had of someone, but I'm gonna try to
Don't do that.
I mean, you were giving us so much stuff. I'm just like, oh, which one where I want to go. But I want to start with the question of about the racial disparity,
Mhm.
right? So there's a racial disparity within the system with Black and brown people. You mentioned that. How do you plan to, I heard you talk about systems, and this is going to be leading into my second question. How do you plan to address issues of racism when a complaint comes across your desk about racism within the system? Like this person feels like they're being discriminated against based on their race, gender, what have you.
Mhm.
How do you see in your role addressing those issues?
Well, I think first of all, we have to be able to have the conversation about race. And that's going to be difficult, but I would be pushing that. Let's have that conversation about race. And let's look at who gets arrested, who ends up in prison, who ends up in programs, who ends up in home confinement. Let's identify what it is, call it what it is, and let's try to change those dynamics. And when you do that, I think there's going to be a lot less racial disparity within the prisons, and there's going to be more, I think, equitable treatment for everybody. If racism is not at the center of the decisions that they make about people.
And the other question I had, I wanted you to give you an opportunity to expand upon like the individual complaints, because I heard you talk about systems. And what makes me think of, there's so many different situations where the individual complaint is serious. And I think of a young man going to SEG. And a lot of times those of us who have been incarcerated, sometimes, especially if the individual is having a really hard time, when they pack your cell up, right? The TV's put in a bag and dragged down the hall, and your TV hits the cell doors, and regardless of the fact, however, somehow this TV becomes broken, right? Now, for an individual who's incarcerated, a TV is everything. And sometimes family members spend their last dime on a TV, and that person needs someone to advocate to get that TV back. That's an individual situation that needs to be addressed especially if a person is struggling with mental health situations, and the TV helps them with their voices or what have you. But that happens more often than people realize. That somebody that may not have lost their freedom would not understand the importance of a TV. But that's an individual issue, and that's something that would need to be addressed and not like down the road need to be addressed pretty quickly.
Right. And I do that now with the letters that I get. There's some letters that it's an individual that needs some help. Like I just recently just forwarded one where a guy has a back problem. He said he's been bothering him for 18 months. I feel like 18 months, this could get worse if we don't correct it. So I sent the email to the commissioner. I said, look, this guy said he's had this problem for 18 months. And I said, can we do something about it before it becomes the harm is irreparable? And so he emailed me back and he said he was going to forward it to some other people in there. So it's not that I don't handle individual cases, because like you said, some of them are serious, but that's not my focus. I can't focus on individual because I will be worn out because there's so many issues. And I know that with the property, I get a lot of when people are sent to segregation, their things are bagged up, and a lot of times when they get them back, half of their stuff is not there. DOC has a policy, they're not responsible. That's something I'd have to talk to the commissioner about, because I don't think it's right that people lose their belongings if they go to SEG, and then nobody's held responsible for them. So I think that's a policy that needs to change, and that's one of the roles in this job, is that we sit down, with the administrative staff and talk about let's look at some of the policies we have and see if we can make some changes to make things better for people.
And last but not least, the silos, right? So we talk about, where like, so you have custody, then you also have the hospital or mental health staff.
Mhm.
They're two different entities. And a lot of times you talk about adversarial, a lot of times they're not working together. How do you see yourself working? Sometimes you're going to have to work within those silos because custody says this is this, and mental health or the medical staff feels like this is that.
Mhm.
How do you see yourself in your role navigating those waters?
Again, it's going to be about conversations. And I'm one of those people, I don't stop working because someone says, well, this is the way it's always been. When you say that, this is a challenge that we have to change things. I know this is the way it's always been, but these are the consequences of doing things that way. And we need to think about how we can do things better. If we really want to make prisons safe for everybody, we have to pay attention to everybody's needs. What policies do we have that are just overbearing and oppressive that they really don't help anybody? Let's look at some of those.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, now I'm up. Thank you again, Ms. Fair, for joining us, for applying, and as others have said, for all the work you've already and Stop Solitary has put into getting us to this point. I don't know if you're aware, but there's an opportunity for members of the public to put written comments in the record. There's something like 54 of these as of this morning. Certainly the majority, I think fair to say the vast majority concern you as an applicant. I would say the vast majority of those are very much in favor of your appointment, and a great many are from individuals who are currently incarcerated, which is, I think, just notable and impressive. But there are some specifically opposing your application here, your appointment here, and some expressly and some maybe you could read into it are from correctional staff or family members of correctional staff. So this has come up a few times, and I just want to sort of put a finer point on it, or invite you to put a finer point on it. And it's going to, I think, be a three-part question. Don't hold me to that, but it's this. One, do you regard the well-being of correctional staff as part of the remit of this office? Number two, do you see a relationship between the well-being of correctional staff and the well-being of the incarcerated population? Do you see sort of any overlap there? And three, how would you go about addressing both? I think maybe it was a two-part question and I just forced the third part. So I want to know, do you see it as part of this role? Because I don't think it's actually expressly part of the role, but I'm wondering if you see it as sort of necessary to fulfilling this position to also account for the well-being of correctional staff. And again, if you have any insights into the sort of relationship between conditions for staff and conditions for those who are incarcerated, if you could share those with us.
So your actual question was, again, because you did the three parts and.
I've limited it to two.
Okay.
Do you see the well-being of staff as part of this role as well? And two, irrespective of that, do you think, just given your experience in this area, that there is a relationship between, going both ways, between the well-being of staff and the well-being of those who are incarcerated?
I think both matter. As a matter of fact, when we first wrote the original PROTECT Act, part of it was around wellness for officers, because we recognize if the officers are not well and they're coming into a facility, many times what they bring from home is somebody inside is going to pay for it. So we want to definitely make sure that they're well. And I've talked to recently, matter of fact, I brought her here to New Haven, a former warden who talked about how she has found how she had had to take a look at herself. She said she's been a warden, and she said one day her husband picked up the mirror, he put it in front of her and said, "Where's my wife? Look who you've become." And she said that's what made her start looking at how this culture had changed her without her even recognizing it. So it's very important that staff members, correctional staff, are well to be in this position. Very important, both incarcerated people and the people that they're supervising. They both need to be given attention. And that's why part of the PROTECT Act in the beginning was, there was a part in there about officer wellness.
Thank you. Shifting gears, just there's 3 finalists here. The other 2 are both attorneys in practice, one a public defender and one an attorney in private practice. As you mentioned, you're a clinical social worker. How do you see that professional background as preparing you for this role? And do you feel at any disadvantage, or do you think there might need to be a lawyer, a practicing lawyer in the office? And would that come into your thinking as you go about staffing the office?
I definitely would love to have a lawyer on the staff, because there's some legal issues that may come up that hopefully that attorney can handle. But what I bring is licensed clinical social worker for over 20 years, doing this work with my specialization was children and families, and that's who I worked with. So I see family as a whole unit. So I can recognize when someone incarcerated, the impact that's having on their family. So just having all that knowledge and background, I can support the person that's incarcerated and support their families that are left behind, which is why I do some of the things that I do on the Stop Solitary. We have dinners around holidays or something, and their whole purpose is to support families that are going through the holidays with someone incarcerated, and knowing that, you know, it's a rough time for them. So.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Ms. Fair?
Yeah, I had one follow-up question, Ms. Fair. Related to Ty's question, what are the roles you think you need to fill if you were to be in this position, this office? What are the roles you think you would need to help support you in that role? Like, who would you be trying to hire? Who would be the priorities, like the type of person, maybe not a name, but like the type of roles and expertise you'd like to add to your team?
Well, definitely an administrative assistant. So a budget person who could take care of budgets and any kind, you know, we got to do reports. So we got to have somebody who's going to write those reports up. Hopefully someone else who can go in the prison, in the facilities with me. So we don't have just me going to all the prisons. And then, like I said, somebody on legal staff. And then I definitely want to have a researcher, somebody who can do a lot of research on data.
First I'm going to comment, you know, my co-chair brought up about the different sides of correctional staff, the incarcerated population. But I think, you know, and the fact that we have our other candidates are 2 attorneys. As someone who's justice impacted and someone who's been in the criminal justice system, I think law has been brought into this numerous times.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of make a point, I think, with our other committee member who I think he was trying to intimate whether or not there was going to be, for the correctional staff, if they were going to be left out of the equation. You said you were going to be able to make time for that type of thing, but correct me if I'm wrong, just for you to bring home the point.
Mm-hmm.
In making the environment safe for the incarcerated population, it creates a better environment, not only for them, but also for the correctional staff, correct?
Of course.
Okay, with that also being said, I think one of the biggest things that this role calls for is the emotional intelligence in order to be able to work with the Department of Corrections, the commissioner, the public, the incarcerated population. So my question to you is, with that being said, do you think that well, obviously, I think given your experience and what you do, you bring that in spades. Do you feel that with all the current the environmental situations that are happening, do you think that will be something that will aid you very well in addressing these major issues that are happening with mental health? And I think also it brings me to another part of the population that I think may be, are you going to be able to help all aspects of the incarcerated population, regardless of, this seems like a loaded question, regardless of crime and need of service? Because I think there are some people who have brought about that the ombudsman position will be to the Black and brown communities only, certain crimes only. Someone has made this a point. Can you reiterate whether or not you will focus on one specific part of the population, or will you make it broad-based to everyone?
It's broad-based. Even in the work that I do, I never ask anyone when they write me, what are you in there for? Because that's not what it's about for me. I'm not their judge. I just want to make sure they get treated humanely, because from experience, I know what happens when they don't get treated humanely. And it's a very bad experience, and it's a long-lasting experience. My 17-year-old who was never the same once he got put inside of Northern. So I know what happens to people if they're not treated right. And so if I could just help any parent to never have to go through what I went through or continue to go through, that's all I want to do. Like I said, I'm not trying to turn them into summer camps, none of that. Just be humane. Just, remember we're all human beings at the end of the day, no matter what crime you committed.
Thank you. Any other follow-up? So Ms. Ferry, if you like, you can take a minute to sum up. No need, but if there's anything that didn't come across during our questions, you're welcome to sum that up now.
I just wanted to touch on, I know you were saying that there was some people who was really opposed to me. And I have to tell, I'm gonna be honest, when I know I'm on the right side of justice and I'm doing the right thing, there's gonna be people who are on the wrong side of justice is not gonna like what I'm doing. So I don't let that bother me. I wear that as a badge of honor. It tells me I'm doing the right thing, the way I was raised to be. And that's a good person who cares about other people other than themselves. So there's going to be people that's not going to like me, but you know what? I'm going to continue to be the person that I am. And I'll feel sorry for them that they're not. That's it.
We appreciate that. And certainly none of us are tallying the pros and cons in these comments. I did want to give you an opportunity to address them. And I appreciate your comments several times indicating that this is not meant to be an antagonistic relationship. And, there's quite a degree of correlation between the well-being of staff and the well-being of the population that is meant to be your purview in this role. So thank you again for your application, for coming here today. And again, as Mel and others have said, for all your work leading up to this point, we really appreciate it. We will, if you don't mind, headed back to 2B.
Back to B?
Yeah, and we'll get
Okay.
Mr. Krajewski out here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Krajewski. I'm going to stick with good afternoon just for wishful thinking that it won't be too late in the evening when we wrap up. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for your application, and thank you for your patience as we worked our way through the first two candidates. And for the record, they were in alphabetical order. There's no rhyme or reason to the order in which we've proceeded. As I think I mentioned at the outset, you're welcome, if you like, to make a sort of opening statement, a couple of minutes, and we will then proceed with questions in a sequential order, and then you'll have an opportunity, if you like, at the end to kind of wrap up if there was anything that wasn't covered.
Thanks.
Go right ahead.
I have a short statement. I just thank you, everyone. I appreciate the service that all the commissioners are taking on behalf of people of Connecticut. The committee sits charged with a great responsibility, and ranking the finalists for the correctional ombudsperson is a decision that will impact the lives of hundreds of thousands of people over time. The choice to select the ombudsperson will not just affect the lives of the people who are incarcerated and their families, will not just affect the lives of the person who is selected as the ombudsperson and their family, and not just the lives of the correctional workers and their families, but to everyone in the state. Because the way we run our prisons now does not make us more safe as a society. And years ago, I realized that we can't litigate our way out of this situation. We need vision, policy, teamwork, and effective oversight of a bureaucracy that is very resistant to change and extremely suspicious of outsiders. And I stand humbly before this committee on a body of work demonstrating that change is possible within this system. It requires patience, discipline, and a strong independent mindset. And I think that the legislature, by creating the office of ombudsperson, has recognized that society cannot rely solely on the Department of Correction alone to ensure the safety of people who are incarcerated. And these people are oftentimes the people who are the most vulnerable in our society and have the greatest needs. The legislature's mandate in creating the ombudsperson office states clearly that people inside the prison walls must be treated with dignity. And nor should the DOC have to shoulder the burden of corrections by itself. The Office of Ombudsperson can and should help carry this load by helping to shift policy and move the levers of power towards ideas that improve social safety and secure human rights for those who are incarcerated. We need to reduce recidivism, reduce internal prison violence, and reduce the bad outcomes of our current systems. These lofty goals have stymied people with more experience in the correctional system, but I feel that the ombuds can be a bridge to bring well-meaning, well-intentioned people together to help start making progress towards these goals.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll begin questions with Ms. Garcia.
So, Attorney Kretzky, again, me in basic instructions. Good afternoon. I wanted to start with the first question being that we've waited this long for us to get where we are. If you needed to start tomorrow, what would your first 90 days look like in office?
My first 90 days in office, if I started tomorrow, would look like calling up every legislator on the Appropriations Committee and meeting with every legislator on the Appropriations Committee, and meeting with the Speaker of the House and meeting with the Senate Chair of the Appropriations Committee. And at the same time, those meetings obviously take time. At the same time, I would attempt to locate the records of the previous ombudsman's office. I know it's not been around for 6 years, but somewhere in Department of Information Technology or the state library, the records of this office exist, and we'd want to find those. And then we'd have to meet with the Department of Administrative Services to put together a job description for the 2 assistants, like an investigator, I think, and probably some sort of a clerical staff. And you'd have to, you would be juggling all these tasks. And at the same time, I would begin to make outreach to other ombudspersons across the United States and the other states where they exist, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We're on a limited budget, and we want to take as much shared knowledge that other people have from their experiences and apply it to what we want to do here. We want to be able to take, I don't want to reinvent the wheel at any point, and I would try to be as intelligent as I could about gathering the knowledge that people have, through blood, sweat, toil, and tears, as it were, gained through experience. One of the other things that we would do is I'd have to figure out, I think it would be administrative services, but you'd have to talk to the CT.gov webmaster, and you want to start to figure out how to build the most powerful website that you could for the Office of Ombudsperson so that you could start to collect data and create portals for people who are incarcerated to sign in or their families. And, you want to be able to start putting in motion parts of the plan that to get all of these ideas moving forward. And I think the first 90 days is a lot of meetings. That's what I think. And I think also you want to meet with the DOC and you want to introduce yourself to wardens and you want to introduce yourself to the commissioner of the Department of Correction and you want to meet with William Tong and you're going to want to meet with Josh Perry, the Solicitor General, and you're going to want to make inroads because I think the Office of the Attorney General Public Safety Division sets a lot of policy for the Department of Correction and the way that they litigate cases. So I think that you're going to want to spend your first 90 days talking to people and getting a lay of the land so that you can figure out how to do some of the infrastructural things you need to do going forward. So for example, one of the first things that the ombudsperson should do is send out a letter that every person in the custody of the Department of Correction gets so that they know this is who you are and you're here and this is how you can communicate. And that's just going to take, like with hepatitis C, we had to send out class notice and we had to get that into the hand of every prisoner. And that took significant negotiation to do. So, you're going to want to do things like that. And those things take time and relationship building. And I think that's what the first 90 days look like in terms of, I don't think you can quite set goals for, we're going to approach healthcare in the women's prison first. Or I think the first 90 days is simply getting your feet wet and understanding how the bureaucracy works and how you move levers to make things happen. Like, where are you going to be in your office? Do you have a card key? Where do you park? How do I do mileage? Can I rent a state car in order to drive up to York? Since my wife and I only have one car between the two of us, I'm saying, like, how do we accommodate certain transportation needs and how do we accommodate office needs and office space needs and all of these things take time. And I know bureaucracies take time to move. The pace of this hiring process being a prime example that this is a new sort of thing and it's going to take time and patience we understand there's an urgency and I like to move with that urgency because I get phone calls every day. But I also understand that you can't, things take time.
So with that being said, if you recall, when we initially spoke and we initially interviewed, I think one of the things that can come across or doesn't come across with you sometimes is the fact that I know you care very much for the population that is impacted. But I didn't hear you say within those first 90 days, will there be facility visits for you to kind of get a lay of the land?
Well, of course. I mean, that's going to meet wardens and that's going to say, hey, look, I'm going to be able to do surprise visits and this is what's going to happen when I do a surprise visit. And if I get a call from somebody, I'm going to, I guess I approach with knowing that the ombudsperson is trying to be a voice for people who are incarcerated, that is the mantle that you carry forward in all of your interactions. And so that's why, I've been to all the prisons and I know, I don't think I've been to Garner, but I've seen video. So, but that's what you would do. You'd have to set up these things in order to be able to say, okay, this is who I am. This is what I'm going to be doing. Expect this to happen. And I don't expect any not feedback, but pushback when I come to do my surprise visit at Osborne so we can test the water and see exactly how bad the water is poisoning people there.
So I'm going to also follow up with this question because I think we had spoken about this with the two other candidates. I think the concern is with the commissioner, with other people. Are you able to maintain a collaborative mediation, but a working relationship with the department without sacrificing the impacted population?
I think I already do that. I think in litigation, like go back to the hepatitis C lawsuit. It required a significant amount of collaboration with the Office of the Attorney General and with the Department of Correction to get class notice out. And we didn't have to do it once, we had to do it twice. Getting a piece of paper into the hand of 10,000 people required significant collaboration. I think you have to do this. This office is about maintaining relationships, and you have to have credibility with everybody in the system. And a friend of mine said to me that, you know, people in the system, people in the corrections field sometimes disparage plaintiffs' attorneys like myself, but at the end of the day, things like the hepatitis C lawsuit keep the correctional staff healthy and safe as well. So, you know, you have to go into this trying to build credibility with people who seem to be opposed to you. I already feel like I have a significant reservoir of goodwill with the people who are incarcerated. I get calls every day that tell me. I have calls from people who say, my counselor told me to call you. You're the guy. And I get calls from other lawyers, and I get calls. So I know that I have goodwill out there. So I think I can do both.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sepoli. This is online. Here he is.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
How are you today, Mr. Krajewski?
I'm doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well too.
Doing great. So far, I enjoyed your testimony. I enjoy hearing more of a data mindset when it comes to the first 90 days. I know that's not everybody's take on it. I did rather enjoy that, but I would like to touch base more so on your connection with facility staff, and your ability to separate your past experiences and your past litigations with your ability to navigate a relationship with department staff, not just wardens and commissioners, but also the line staff as well, because that's an important connection to have. So what would you do to strengthen that bond between the ombudsman and the line staff?
So to strengthen the line between, or the relationship between the ombudsman and correctional workers is to say, look, we want you to go home safe at night too. We want you to be able to go to your families the same way that the 1,000 people who we cured of hepatitis C are going to be able to go home to their families, and their families are going to keep them safe. We want safe communities. We don't want to see prisoners attacking guards. And we know that's something that the guards have said. So how do we help? How does the ombudsman help reduce those safety risks? Nobody wants to see correctional officers have to file workers' comp claims because they've been involved in fights, and then have the same attorney general's office that will fight to the death for correctional officers to commit constitutional violations, turn around and deny them workers' comp for the injuries that they have, right? That's what happens. The office of the attorney general is vicious when it comes to fighting workers' comp for correctional officers. So do we think that the ombudsperson can do something about that if we talk to Josh Perry and say, hey, your litigation strategy here doesn't make any sense on any of these levels? So I think it's important to understand that we want to have compassion for everybody who's in this situation, right? Oftentimes the colonizer becomes the colonized, and we want to avoid that dichotomy, and we want to sort of, we're working towards a shared goal of a safe society.
Thank you. Just second part to that. So you have a strong focus on not just strengthening the relationship with staff, but also would you have any plan in motion to offer additional trainings that would also benefit the inmate population?
I think training is the most important thing in terms of helping correctional officers. I also think that audits and oversight and policy guidance is really important. Like I've read my fair share of code whites, and I've seen my fair share of videos of code blues and things like that. And you want to be able to make sure that COs are doing their job in those things, and going through and looking at what has been done and how we can improve it, I think is an aim towards keeping COs, I should say, after we've done the audits and looked at certain policies and the way that policies are effectuated, and carried out, and then you try and draw policy and trainings from any mistakes that you find. And I think root cause analysis would be another sort of approach towards building better trainings, saying, all right, this bad thing's happened. What's the root cause of this? And how do we prevent this root cause from happening in the future? And can we do trainings that will help eliminate this root cause?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move now to Mr. Medina.
Good evening, Attorney Krayansky. I've got two questions. And the first, receive it in the context of the fact that we don't think this office is funded appropriately given the enormous task that it has. The statute as drafted is fairly broad in the responsibilities of the ombudsman, covering everything from individual complaints to advocacy to studies of conditions and ideally studies of system failures. It's a big task. And those, given the lack of funding to do that adequately across the board, there is an inherent tension about whether you're focused on systemic failures within DOC or responding to individual complaints that your office will receive. Not to put you in that juxtaposition, but just curious where you lean as you think of this role. And then after that, I'll ask my follow-up question.
So I get a ton of phone calls from people who are in terrible situations and they have bad medical problems. And so I understand the importance of the triage and saying, oh my God, this guy has a medical situation and he's not getting cared for, or like we know that at Osborne, the TDD machine doesn't work. And therefore the people who are disabled and unable to hear at Osborne can't communicate with their lawyers or with other people because the TDD machine doesn't work. So like we have to figure out a system of how we triage these problems and how we're going to approach what is emergent and then what is systemic. And I think I've thought about this because I've done both the emergent and the systemic. And one thing that I've thought about is that the ombudsperson needs to build relationships with the United States Department of Justice, because the United States Department of Justice did an amazing job of writing an indictment of the problems at Manson Youth Institute. And so the ombudsperson can get some sort of a grant from the DOJ or some office within the DOJ. And you know, we have to leverage relationships with Senator Murphy and Senator Blumenthal and Representative Larson and Representative DeLauro to help bring federal monies to help us deal with these problems that the DOJ has already suggested, and not even suggested, indicted. You know, I mean, the DOJ put out a criminal indictment essentially against the Department of Correction for torturing children at Manson. It's really quite stunning to read in black and white. So you would take some of the systemic work that's been done and try and bring resources into it. You would go to Yale, Quinnipiac, and UConn and say, what kind of resources can you help us do to triage individual places? We need more law students to help field 1983 work. We need professors to help us study these things. We could go to the Vera Institute. We could go to the Piper Fund. We could go to other people and other parties or institutions that are dedicated to this kind of work and say, what kind of resources can you bring to this? Because we think Connecticut has created a unique office with a unique piece of legislation that should be a national, if not international, leader in helping to bring oversight to the correctional field.
Thank you for that. My second question is, in just my own experience, when people hold, when folks are both a state employee and hold an oversight role over a department, there can be shyness towards advocating for increased power. And certainly as the statute reads, there is a component of this role that is for legislative advocacy for better policies on behalf of incarcerated people. Curious your comfortability also advocating for increased powers for your office, or revising the statute as it currently stands to make your role more effective given the direction you want to take it in.
Mr. Medina, thank you for the question. I would like to think that I am not shy. And I don't think there are many people who know me who would say, Krajewski, he's a shy one. No. So if we need to have more authority to do certain things, and I think in my first year plan, I raised questions about, so the authorizing statute allows the Office of the Ombudsman to sue. Okay. If the Public Safety Division is defending the Department of Correction, who do I use? Do I hire Attorney Dooley at Wigan and Dana? Do I, you know what I'm saying? Do I get to hire outside counsel? Do I have to do it myself, which I can't? I mean, I can, but I can't. If you're the ombudsman, you can't be a litigator because, you know, the Arizona ACLU to get a judgment of deliberate indifference against the entire Arizona Department of Correction medical system needed 9 lawyers. God knows how many experts and 3,000 docket entries on Pacer. You know, like that kind of litigation to say the entire medical system is deliberately indifferent to every medical need in Arizona. That took years. And I'll note for the record that one of the doctors that was noted in that Arizona case was used by the Office of the Attorney General as an expert in one of my pieces of litigation. So it's a small world.
Thank you. Those are my 2 questions.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Gearing.
Thank you, Attorney Krajewski, for your advocacy and for your interest in this position. It's meaningful to me as someone who left private practice for government service, with no offense and all respect to Attorney Dooley and Wigan and Dana, that you're willing to set aside your practice to serve the public in this way. And I assume you've thought about how you might wind down your practice and transition your current caseload to other attorneys should you be selected for this role. But can you speak to how that would work as a practical matter?
So I joined a law firm called BBB Attorneys with Peter Billings and Peter Bowman out of West Hartford and Stratford in February of this past year. It's February 1st will be a year, and all of my cases are there. They're a very functional, effective firm, and they've helped me grow as a lawyer, and they've helped me become a better advocate by providing resources. And so I'm confident and comfortable that we could have a wind down using them. And like on cases that are particularly difficult, I've had people like Alex Taubes come in. Like Judge Underhill assigned me a case a couple of years ago, and I said, Your Honor, I'm only doing this if you make Alex Taubes do it too. And so I've tried to think in that, because as a solo practitioner who bicycles every day, I'm acutely aware of my mortality when a bus or a big pickup truck goes by you. So I've tried to practice with an eye towards what happens if I die. I don't mean to sound morbid, but like you have to do that. And so I've tried to do that. And I want to just note that, Mr. Gearing, I've thought about what it is to go into public service and like leave your private practice behind. And I think it's a sacrifice that we have to make. We need the best and brightest people. Not saying that I am one, but we need the best and brightest people to be working on these projects, and we need people to go back into public service and do these things. So I'm willing to make this kind of a sacrifice. And my wife may not be happy with it, but she is understanding, and she's in public service too. So.
Thank you. And I have one more question. How many incarcerated clients, if any, did you meet with in person in DOC facilities in the last month, in the month of December? And I'd like both the number of clients, if any, and the names of the specific DOC facilities, if any.
I think I went to Cheshire Correctional in December for William Burrell. William is I have a federal 1983 case where I represent Mr. Burrell. He had a subdural hematoma that went undiagnosed until he was unoriented to person. Well, he was unoriented to place and time. He knew who he was, but his brain bleed was so large and it had gone on for so long that he didn't know where he was or what time it was. And he basically died on the operating table, but Hartford Hospital surgeon named Dr. Mohammed Khalid saved his life. We defeated the Office of the Attorney General's motion for summary judgment in December in front of Judge Dooley, and I went to tell him December was kind of a slow month, so I didn't have to make a lot of prison visits. Like I generally find myself in prison once a month, depending. Most of the conversations that I do are by phone. Like I had a call today from Corrigan. You know, I get calls all the time. I had one yesterday. I had one 2 days ago. Most of the work that I do is by phone because it can be difficult to go inside, especially in private practice. You know.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Howell.
Good evening, Mr. Krajewski. Thank you for applying for this role and coming here today to answer our questions. You've hinted at it already, but I'd love to sort of get a more discrete answer on, you will be, if you are named to this position, you would be the first person in this role. There's a new role. And clearly there's one way to do this role, which is very adversarial and sort of sounding like kind of the work you've done in your practice. And yet there's a different way to do it that's sort of more of a mediation or sort of working with the system to improve it. I don't know what the right answer is of what the role looks like, but in your vision, what does the role of the ombuds look like as far as those polls or a mix of those?
I tend to think that you get more flies with honey than vinegar. And so a mediative approach is appropriate, but I also know my personal experience in litigating these cases shows me that the DOC sometimes only speaks the language of pleadings. So you not to use another sort of cliche, but like you need a carrot and a stick. You know, you have to be able to use both approaches. And because I think DOC will cooperate. And I've found that there are plenty of DOC officials who are well-meaning and who are cooperative. But then you get to a point where you found a nerve center and you're going to get an objection to turning over these documents because of deliberative policy or deliberative process privilege, or, you know, you're going to get objections. And how else are you supposed to deal with these objections? But by turning to, you have to escalate. You don't want to escalate because escalation is, you know, what we say in private practice is like a lawsuit is a declaration of war. You don't want to declare war on people if you don't have to. It's diplomacy first. And I think that's really important. That's why I said with Ms. Garcia's question, the first 90 days has to be building relationships, saying, hey, look, I'm not the monster that I'm portrayed as in the media or whatever. You know, I know people have pre-existing notions of who I may be based on what has been written about me in the past, but like, I'm not that, you know, everybody's a person. And when we sit down at the table, we can look each other in the eye and say, this is what I think I need to do for my job. Can you help me? And I hope so. I think the mediative approach is very important. That's what we do. That's what I do with my clients. That's how you litigate, right? It's mediation, and then, all right, we can't agree. The judge has got to decide.
Another question. I think an important role or important component of the ombuds role will be to bring transparency to the DOC, to kind of reveal sort of what's going on behind the bars that's sort of obscured to people outside of the system. What do you think that looks like? What does it look like to have a more transparent system, and what does the role of the ombuds have to bring that transparency?
So the DOC, if you read certain training materials that they have, they admit that they're a totalitarian system, and having a totalitarian system within the function of a self-governing peoples creates an inherent tension of sort of arbitrary militarism versus deliberative self-governance like we're doing right now. And I think when I suggested the website before, I think a website is a really important tool towards transparency. My view, and I do this in my litigation, and I've argued with the AG's office on this before. My view is I publish everything. Every deposition transcript that I've done is on Pacer. Every piece of discovery that I've got that mattered is on Pacer. I put it up there. It's there. You want it? If somebody else is suing the same doctor that I am and they call me, go to this docket, go to this number. This is where you're going to find it so you don't have to do it again. It may be helpful. So I have tried to, in my because I feel like sunshine is the best disinfectant, as the wise Supreme Court justice said. And so I've tried to do that. And I think that's what we do, is we put everything on the website, put it there and show people the roadmap where it is, and it's there. Right. And I would do it again, like every deposition. I know certain federal judges may not like having to read through all these transcripts, but like I'm putting out there in opposition to summary judgment because I want a record to be made. Many years ago in the federal court system, all discovery was public, and rules changes over the decades have restricted it, but I want everything to be public. I want people to see what I've seen.
Thank you. One, just last question from me. I don't know what your practice looks like. I mean, it sounds like it's a solo practice, but I imagine you do rely on the help of other folks. Similarly, if you were to be named to the position, I imagine you'd have to, think about who would you hire to support you? What would those positions be? Who are the priority people that you want to have in by your side, sort of working in this role? In your words, sort of what does your team look like?
Well, I want an investigator who did time. I want somebody who's done time, who can go back into prison and talk to people about what they've seen. I want an investigator who has credibility with the incarcerated population, who can go in there and who knows what goes on behind the prison walls, who they can't, like, we could have conversations and they would say things that you wouldn't believe. I've heard stories that I don't believe sometimes, frankly, but I know that people don't lie to me about things like this. So, I mean, look, I litigated the case of a woman who gave birth in a prison cell. Starting from that baseline, I'm open to anything. You know what I'm saying? So I want somebody who's going to have, as an investigator, who's going to have immediate credibility with the population. I also want really strong clerical staff, and I also want a lawyer. I want a lawyer who's smarter than me and better than me. Because that's, as I said, I don't believe that the DOC is going to be transparent overnight simply because I said pretty please.
Thank you. Ms. Velasquez, any questions for Mr. Kraske?
No, I pass.
Okay, then we'll move on to Dr. Kapoor.
Hi, Mr. Krajewski. I just wanted you to speak a little bit to the mental health challenges in DOC as you see them and how you might go about addressing them.
I think that's the hardest piece of this entire puzzle. I think many people that I have talked to are already traumatized when they go into prison, and prison does nothing but exacerbate trauma. I'm thinking about litigating on behalf of a woman who gave birth in a prison cell, and I couldn't get her mental health care through federal courts. Like, so for me, I'm not an expert in mental health. So for me, I would have to build a team of people who have approached this question. I'm sorry. This is really the toughest part. I don't mean to cry. I'm an idiot like John Boehner. But straight up, I've heard crazy stories from people who have dealt with mental health issues in prison, and it needs to be addressed in ways that we don't do well at. And Garner is not the answer. Garner is simply not the answer. And we need to, it is acknowledged, by the way, I have emails and I have seen discovery between Craig Burns, a former chief mental health officer with the DOC, admitting that the code purples at York are growing and we don't have the mental health staff to deal with it. Like, if I showed you the emails, you wouldn't believe them, because this is high level DOC officials 8 years ago saying we're dying for more mental health help and we don't have it. And then DOC brass saying, hey, I don't have the budget. I have an email from Kathy Maurer, the former DOC medical director, saying the wheels are coming off at Garner. What are we going to do? Like, these are real questions. And I think mental health is the area where it troubles me the most, because you know, how do you give mental health to a 16-year-old who did 9 months in solitary? Like, how do we answer that question? I don't have the answer for it, and I need to bring in people who know more than me. And this is where I would count on like the Correctional Advisory Committee to help me say, all right, you need to talk to this psychologist in Rhode Island, or you need to go to Stanford University and talk to the chair of the department there who's going to know more. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the hardest question I think that the ombudsperson faces. I really do, because mental health in prisons is terrible, and it needs the most work. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cry like that, but like, I've heard things from people that are really terrible.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kreisky, you've actually made Ms. Garcia feel better, because we had a similar encounter during our interview, and you got emotional about one of your other clients. It was actually meaningful for us, but Marisol felt bad, and now we know
I just
it's
cry.
not just her.
Yeah, no, my daughter makes fun of me for crying at movies. Like,
Yeah.
kid, what do you want? You know, I'm a sap.
We'll move on to Mr. McGraw.
Hi, Attorney Koreski. Good to see you again.
Yes, Mr. McGraw.
So my question would be, I heard you say that the mental health thing would be one of the most difficult, but my question is about the racial disparity that's within the criminal justice system, right? And in our DOC. How do you see yourself handling complaints when someone writes you and say, I believe I'm discriminated against based on my race, gender, and or physical disability? How do you see yourself addressing that issue?
So I did something that I've never done before. A couple of years ago, a client called me up and said, hey, I have a disability with my back, and I'm supposed to get opiates. And they've denied me opiates. And so I filed a case with CHRO and said, hey, let's you and him fight. And CHRO has taken that case. And so now CHRO is going to fight the DOC for my client. So that's a novel way. But I think that the Office of the Ombudsman should be able to approach racial discrimination and physical discrimination, not just with the help of the CHRO, but with this might be where litigation comes in, or I don't know. I tend to believe people when they call me up in prison and say, hey, I mean, we have, boy, we have documented proof that like Confederate flags are brought into the parking lot at Corrigan. I've heard stories of correctional officers walking around saying to inmates, what's up, Dan? And a Dan is I won't say it out loud.
Appreciate you not.
Right. But like, when I hear stuff like that from people who I believe on everything else they're telling me about healthcare or about what everything else, I'm like, I'm sure it happens. I mean, look, the entire prison system in Connecticut is a racial disparity. So why wouldn't there be discrimination behind bars? And how we fight it, I think, is as complex as the mental health question. And I think the start would be, I don't know where the start would be, but I mean, it's a question that we need to have a longer conversation about, or whoever the ombudsman is needs to have a longer conversation about. But I have zero doubt that there is racial discrimination behind prison walls. I mean, we know that there's gender discrimination. We know that there's, like, I get calls from people who said, I've been denied my wheelchair. I've been denied my bottom bunk pass. That's physical disability discrimination. So I know it happens. Like, how do we address these systemic issues is talking, acknowledging they exist, and let's work towards a solution. And if you're not going to solve it with me by talking, then I'm going to have to sue.
I like your energy on that. One other question, law libraries.
I think the worst idea in Connecticut corrections right now is the eradication of law libraries. I think some of the smartest people that I have talked to, I have given books to people like, you must know the practice book, the Wes Horton and Kim Knox Connecticut practice book series. I've given those to people. I've asked other lawyers for their spare copies so we could get them back into prisons, because I think the elimination of prison law libraries is one of the biggest problems that we face right now, because, the Office of the Attorney General's Public Safety Division has admitted in federal filings that they have 20% of the federal docket in Connecticut. 20% of the federal civil docket in Connecticut is Office of the Attorney General Public Safety Division. That means state police or corrections, and most of it's corrections. And so that means if there's 2,000 cases a year, that means there's 400 cases a year filed by prisoners who don't have access to law libraries. And that's not counting the state habeas docket or the state civil rights docket. So I think law libraries are kind of outdated right now. So we would have to figure out how to get LexisNexis or Westlaw access. And I think that would be like, I don't know if you can do that by tablet. I mean,
So I guess my question would be, if you were the person to get hired and the brothers and sisters that are watching in their cells right now and they see you, hear you talking about them, and they said to you, this is something they would want, you would be the first, you would be willing to advocate for that.
oh, yeah, I mean, frankly, I want to nationalize Westlaw, but that's just me. But yeah, what people inside prison walls need access to case text, or, you know, maybe we can get the Connecticut Bar Association to create free accounts to, what does the Bar Association use? Case text? I can't remember. But the firm that I'm at now uses Westlaw. I've used Nexus. But it's like $300 a month, $400 a month for one user. So we would have to figure out a way to, because I genuinely think there are very few law firms that exist right now that have actual brick and mortar libraries these days, and everything is digital, and a lot of it is behind corporate paywalls. So that it's a huge question, but I think that it's one that's really important because, you know, when we look at people like Troy Streeter and other people who have fought for their own release, Charles Williams, other people like that, you know, we have to make sure that they have access to the legal materials. So it's a somewhat of a fair fight.
So it sounds like there's a lot of law firms out there with law books that could be donated to prisoners. I'm just saying, but we're not going to hold you to that. I appreciate your answer.
I think a lot of them have thrown them out. I seriously, I think, I don't know what other attorneys' experience are, but I've worked at a couple of firms and I've seen people just throw out massive law libraries. So I would love, I mean, we only have 15 institutions. So it shouldn't be hard to find 15 complete sets of case laws. But I find in federal practice, especially in medical stuff, I'm using case law from North Dakota or New Mexico or Colorado, or, you know, so that stuff isn't necessarily available in book form, you know, like an unreported case that's like, you know, a Westlaw case, that's a Westlaw citation that is important to fleshing out the contours of a habeas or a deliberate indifference claim, is only available through certain proprietary software. So we'd have to figure out, I mean, it's a great question, Mr. McGraw.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
And thank you. Picking up on that question to a degree, and a few things that you've said earlier, I think there's probably some folks, maybe in the Attorney General's office, who would hear that statistic you mentioned of 20% of the federal docket involving prisoner civil rights claims or claims against police, and say, well, that's because there's too many frivolous lawsuits. Do you, not without endorsing that position, do you see any opportunity to potentially reduce the number of lawsuits filed by reducing the number of violations of civil rights by, you fill in the gap, and does the correction ombuds have a role in that?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen emails between Kathy Maurer, the former DOC medical director, whose role was to oversee correctional managed healthcare. Remember CMHC? And I've seen emails about Kathy Maurer saying, look, the state of Kansas only has 20 lawsuits a year. How come we have 400? So there are other states, and it is acknowledged within the DOC's own brass, or at least it was 8 years ago, that there are other ways to manage a healthcare system, and there are other ways to manage prison populations that do not result in 20% of the docket. And we need to look at those ways, and we need to implement policies here, because The AG's office is a sunk cost. They don't care. They're going to fight them and they're going to do it. They get assigned them. And there was one thing that I just wanted to add in the first year plan that I submitted as part of the application, and on page 11, I included footnote 2 that said the Public Safety Division of the AG's office appealed a ruling by Judge Farish, who I believe was Wigan and Dana, right?
I think he was Dave Pitney, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
no. Yeah, he's gonna,
no offense taken.
sorry. Findings of misuse of privilege. And after 3 years, Judge Chatney still had not ruled on the DOC's appeal. On October 24th this year, October 24th, 2023, Judge Chatney ruled in my favor on those appeals and said the DOC abused privilege, and the DOC had to pay $22,000 for violations of discovery. So I didn't mean to go off, but I wanted to note
Well,
that
that
update.
raises one of my other questions, and you've touched upon this a little bit, but obviously you've had a fairly successful career in private practice doing these sorts of things on behalf of the same population or similar population that you'd be serving in this role. Do you fear that you'd be giving anything up by switching from a more adversarial role as a litigator to a government employee? Do you feel that there's any limitations, anything you'd miss, or do you think that this is a better way for you to serve this population at this time?
I would like to try something different. You get tired of banging your head against a wall. Doesn't mean that I'll stop if I don't get this job, because I just filed another case on December 29th for Tanisha Hill in the estate of James Henderson Hill, who was supposed to have his aneurysm coiled, and DOC didn't create a good plan of care. And now Mr. Henderson Hill is no longer. So like, I'm not going to stop. I'll keep doing this. I got a call today that it's probably a case I'm going to take for a guy who had a stroke because DOC discontinued his medicine. Like, I'm not going to stop. I would prefer, I think there's a better way than constantly fighting. I think that perhaps building bridges is better than, as I said, if litigation is a declaration of war, building bridges is better than making war. And so.
Thank you. To that point, I asked this question of Ms. Fair as well. Both of you have reputations that have, I believe, lent you, like you said, a reservoir of goodwill among the incarcerated population, but to some degree have raised concerns among correctional staff or those who are concerned about correctional staff. And you have addressed this a little bit already, but would you consider the well-being of correctional staff to be within the remit of this office? Either way, do you see a relationship between the well-being of correctional staff and the well-being of the population?
Absolutely. The two are extremely linked. It's not like you can spend 8 hours in prison and then leave it. Who among us doesn't think about our job when we go home? Right. So, my daughter goes to school with the children of correctional officers. It's our community. This is who we are. And we talk about, like, when we're at PTA meetings or when we're doing trunk or treat, we talk about what we do. And they say, well, we have to build bridges. It's our community, and our community needs to be safe. And I don't want my daughter's classmates for their mom to get hurt. Right? We want them to be safe because, my next door neighbor in Hartford was a CO and a warden. She has kids. Everybody deserves to be safe. And I think there's a direct proportional relationship to creating safety for the people who are incarcerated and the people who are charged with maintaining order within those prisons.
Thank you. Could you give us an honest assessment of your relationship now with those who are higher up in the Department of Correction, and as you raised it a few times, the Attorney General's office. And also, you know, to the extent it's not great, I don't know, what you would do to ensure that you'd be able to work collaboratively with those individuals.
I mean, Steve Strom's letter isn't the greatest thing in the world. I mean, Steve was opposing counsel against me in 2 different cases. He was opposing counsel on hepatitis C and opposing counsel on Wayne World. So was I expect him to giving me a bouquet of roses? No. But maybe I could make chocolate chip cookies and we could build bridges. I don't know. I mean, I know that, like, I just settled the case and I shook hands with Nicole Anker, who is in-house counsel at DOC. And I know that, you know, Eric Lohr, who's now a judge, apologized to my clients for Karan Neely's death. And I know those things are possible, and I know that we need more of that than getting a judge to order them to pay sanctions to me because they tried to hide documents. Right? That's what we need more of. We need more of, and I read Attorney Strom's letter, and I'm not surprised. I'm
I think you
disappointed.
might have submitted the same letter if I was in your position. So I
Yes,
don't
so-
take it personally.
I don't. I mean, but it's one of those things that, like, look, my job is to be an advocate. My job is to be a relentless hammer. That's what I do. That's what a litigator is. An ombudsman is not a relentless hammer. An ombudsman is a long tradition of building bridges. It's being a mediator. It's finding middle ground. I mean, if I was to get this, I would probably ask the Quinnipiac Mediation School to let me take your mediation class. It's like, what, 30 hours? You know, it's things like that. Train me more. Even though I've been in how many mediations as a lawyer, it would still be helpful to get more training in mediation to figure out better collaborative problem-solving approaches as opposed to winner take all.
Thank you. I have just one final and brief question. You talked about transparency, how you want everything to be up on the website. Just for the record, obviously, if there is a sort of complaint line, you're not referring to prisoner complaints or other things that maybe should be kept confidential.
Yes. I mean, you want to hew to FOI law, and you want to hew to certain confidentiality until investigations are complete or things like that. Like, you know, you want to hew, like, there are redactions in documents for reasons. And, you know, this is a government agency, so it has to, you know, we would be talking to Tom Hennick and saying what's appropriate. Tom Hennick, for those who don't know, is the ombuds at the FOI Commission.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Any follow-up questions for Mr. Kretzky?
So, Attorney Kretzky, of course, I'm going to yet again steal it back from my co-chair where, you know, if we recall the last time when I spoke to you, you know, I was concerned that maybe I came in a little too heavy, but yet again, here I stand, I'm going to come in heavy once again. Multi-pronged question. First one being, given what obviously you care very deeply for the population, for your clients, given that this is a role that has to play nice with both sides, do you feel that some may conceive or some may perceive your sentimentality as for one side more than the other?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear one of the words.
Your sentimentality, can it be seen as more for one side than the other, not serving the role in a more mediation fashion?
I don't think it's sentimentality. I've been arrested. You know, I've been arrested for something I didn't even do. And it was in the New York Times. That's not sentimental. That was damages. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. This building has passed laws about what happened to me.
So second question, we talk about accountability. I'd love the ideology that you have with data being very transparent, you know, on the website. So would you feel that a part of the Ombudsman office would be to push for a audit of the Department of Corrections budget? Because we know it's large and we seem to have a shortage of services.
I think that's where you go talk to John Garagosian at the Office of Public Accounts, and he's the state auditor. He does audits of the DOC, and some of his audits have been very important. And so I think that's where you build bridges with other state agencies and say, how can we do this together? Like, this is a project that we want to approach. Like, it's a $640 million budget. What the Office of Public Accounts has done in terms, they picked various things about, like, say, overtime, or the former memorandum of understanding between CMHC and DOC was a huge target of Mr. Garagosian's work back in 2018. So, like, I think it would be important. I don't know that we could audit the entire $640 million budget without, bringing in an accounting firm and things like that. But I think talking to other state agencies that are doing this kind of work, oversight work, how we can dovetail our efforts so that we're not reinventing the wheel and duplicating efforts, but teaming up to get better and larger results about numbers crunching.
Okay. So with that also being said, I know earlier there was a question with regards to sometimes the waste with, I think it was Mr. McGraw that brought up property and how that affects some people where they spend their last dollar, their family sends their last dollar. We know that the Department of Corrections, when people go home, sometimes have warehouses full of televisions and other things. Is that something that would be looked at by the Ombudsman Office?
Oh, I think that would be huge. I think it's frustrating to me that we just did this with the case of Anthony Coward. Anthony died in Garner. He had a heart attack after going to medical 3 times in a row and being turned away. And we settled this case for $850,000 before I even had to do any discovery, which in my world is pretty significant. I filed the case in June and it was settled by November. We're just waiting for probate court approval in New Haven. But with Mr. Coward, his family still didn't have his property in December of this year, and he died in June of 2022. And I got an email telling me, well, here's this list of unclaimed property that the DOC is holding in commissary accounts. And I'm like, this is crazy. Why aren't they given that check when they walk out the door? And I've had other property go missing, like in another case that we litigated, notebooks and a TV and family photos went missing. And so I think that's a huge concern that you raised, that the ombudsman should. The problem is that $400,000 doesn't do that. Right. And so if we made a list of all, like, we've raised law library, property, mental health, each one of those is $1 million. And that doesn't even scratch the surface. You know what I'm saying? Like, so how do we do this on this budget? So this is why we need to advocate for more money and bring in more resources to do these things. But the property question to me is just one that has always befuddled me. How hard is it to give somebody a check when they walk out the door? I don't think it should be hard.
I think this is more of just a reflection on all 3 interviews and on a consistent theme that I've heard throughout about concerns as it relates to the Department of Corrections, the Attorney General's office, corrections staff. And so not asking for a response, Attorney Krayansky, but just more of this is intended for us as committee members to remind ourselves that when I look at the infrastructure of interest, the infrastructure that is advancing the interests of DOC administration, corrections staff, the Attorney General's office across the board, it is robust, and the power intentionally so often, right, is asymmetrical. And that actually matters when we're having conversations about balance in a system that is not balanced already on behalf of incarcerated people. For example, there is corrections representation in this room right now that incarcerated people are not afforded. And so for that, what my expectation for the ombudsman is the ability to establish a working relationship across the board with the various stakeholders, vested interests that exists. But working interest does not in itself denote people like each other or super friendly, but that there is mutual respect to get to conclusion on challenges and issues and harms that affect people. And so I say that because across the board, I think we have candidates that raise concerns depending on your perspective, ideology, and who you are. Attorney Karansky, you're no different. The choice of words that you use are often heavy, but my understanding is that you approach this role with a goal, as you've mentioned, to establish working relationships and to achieve outcomes that fundamentally benefit the system entirely. And I think that's what I heard in the prior two candidates as well. And just wanted for all of us to keep that in the back of our head, that when we talk about balance, let's think about that in the context of the system as it exists for incarcerated people. And in part, it's what generated the existence of this committee, and importantly, the Office of the Ombudsman.
If I may, in 1980, the state of Connecticut had a prison population of about 3,500 people. In the 43 years since Ronald Reagan was sworn into office in 1981, our prison population has gone up to 21,000 at its peak, where we had horrendous things happen in Wallens Ridge, Virginia. And now we're back down to about 10,000, and I think we need to get it back to 3,500. And so that's my override. And with that, declining the prison population, we closed 3 or 4 prisons, maybe 5, maybe 6. And we take the infrastructure that's built up around these jobs and we retrain corrections officers to do different things. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there has to be a different end game than maintaining a prison population of 10,000 people. Like, we need to look to eradicating 65% of the prison population. I know that scares people, and I know that I talk heavy, but I really subscribe to Roberto Clemente's philosophy that if you're here and you're not trying to help, you're wasting your time.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Daryl.
I appreciate you saying that. I like the idea of corrections officers shifting to being like wood shop, teaching trades instead of, I think they'll live longer. And when they have the opportunity to do so, it's a lawfully goal, and hopefully in our lifetime that we get to see that shift. I really appreciate you saying that. The one thing that I wanted to say, we were talking about budgets and we're talking about numbers, and anybody that knows me know that I'm always on the reentry side, right? And when we look at the budget, the state budget, more money, not just our state, but we're talking about Connecticut right now, is that more money is spent on incarceration than it is on reentry. And you being the ombudsman, in order for you to get that number down to 3,500, we need to do successful reentry. And where does that fit in on your plan of being the ombudsman? Where do you see reentry? When do you think? I'll ask you this question, and then you could chef it up however you choose. Where do you see reentry? Where do you see reentry, or when do you think reentry the best time for reentry to begin?
Oh, I think the best time for reentry to begin is during prosecution. I think the best time for reentry is before you enter. And I think, a very wise young man once said to me, "Why is it that the DOC produces monsters and not geniuses?" And I've thought about that a lot. That young man is no longer with us but we need to think about reentry, like the lack of programming at Harford County Correctional, like the lack of programming at New Haven, the fact that there's a jail in the middle of a residential neighborhood across the street from a Stop and Shop that people walk to, is the lack of reentry. That's saying east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet, even though we're across the street from each other. Reentry has to start, and we need more programming. We need more resources towards that. And the way that the corrections budget pie is divided now, more of it goes towards things that aren't helpful. And there is not enough, there aren't enough counselors. There aren't enough non-security staff, as it were, to, you know, do things like wood shops. Or look, we have a home building crisis in the state of Connecticut. We don't, it's cost more to build a house in New Haven than you can sell a house for in New Haven. Can we use, instead of having Osborne be a for-profit prison labor shop that the state of Connecticut sells, you know, goods for at using below market labor, can we deal with that problem? I mean, theoretically speaking, everybody who works in the DOC in Osborne should be getting minimum wage and being able to have a kitty so that when they leave, they're not dependent on maybe non-existent family. I mean, Alex Taubes just filed a case about a kid who was released and while he had COVID and he died. And reentry is huge. People die because of reentry failures. And we need to fix that. And I don't have the answer on that. That's a problem, as I said, that, like, you know, mayors, I know Luke Bronin has tried to do reentry stuff, and I know Justin Elicker is the mayor of New Haven and the mayor of Hartford, or previous mayor of Hartford, had tried to do things. And so there have been other people who have studied these problems, and I think we need to, this is a bridge building, team building thing where we need to get all the mayors of cities together and talk about, okay, the reentry situation as it is now doesn't work, but how can we start so that when you're in Hartford County Correctional, we can talk about what your job plans are. We can talk about how you're going to support your family or how you're going to deal with things. You know, it's, I don't have the answer. I hope that's a start though, Mr. McGraw.
And an ID, an identification walking out the door. Simple thing like that.
Yeah.
An ID. We know who you are when you're inside, but when you release, you don't get released with an ID. And that's something that should, everybody that walks out of DOC should have an identification.
Yeah.
You know, we're not responsible for how a person gets in, but we as taxpayers and people in this state should care how people go home. So we hope whoever sits in that chair, whoever gets that ombudsman seat, they look at it like that, because that's what we care about.
You shouldn't be dropped at a bus station in downtown New Haven with nothing. You're welcome.
I think I have to reiterate this as a part of Mr. McGraw and even Dr. Kapoor's statements with regards to mental health. You know, as people leave prison, they walk out with no identification, sometimes dropped off, sometimes with no support. That mental health component is key. And I say this because as a friend of mine killed himself before, he came home a year ago. He killed himself before Christmas. So that's one of my concerns with those who are returning home without support systems, without the proper mental health. That is a key thing that for the Department of Corrections, I've been taught very clearly, accountability and transparency. That needs to be the exact same. That needs to make sure that it's key for this office to push as one of the top of agendas is for mental health, being a part of the overall experience.
Yeah, I think like reentry needs to have a housing component. It needs to have a job component, because you can't throw somebody into the street in this mean old world and expect them to survive without being a recidivist offender. And it's a mean old world out there.
Okay, anything else? Yep.
So you mentioned programming at the county jails. And what do you think in general about having facilities that are primarily pretrial populations like HCC, NHCC, BCC? And I ask because people are often in pretrial so long, the case goes on, and finally the case is resolved with a sentence that is functionally time served, and they never make it to a post-trial facility. And it's not like, you know, these jails are lower security level, they're level 4 facilities. So does it make sense, the system as we currently have it, to have sort of pre-trial and post-trial prisons, given the realities of the criminal justice system?
I understand the logic of a unified system. Connecticut is one of 3 states, I think, that has a unified system. I think Rhode Island and Vermont, maybe 4 states, Alaska. Unified being we have pretrial and post-trial detainees in the same place. And I don't think it works. I mean, I understand why it's happened, because we're a small state. We have 3.5 million people. We don't have county jails. We don't have county sheriffs. We don't have counties. right? Connecticut abolished the county system, so I kind of understand why it happened. But if the DOC is going to take responsibility for it, and the DOC knows how to defend, the DOC knows the difference between the 14th Amendment and the 8th Amendment when it comes to pretrial detainees and medical care, but they don't seem to care any other way. You know, when it's defending a case, they can do it, but differentiating between them in terms of what is offered in terms of programming and you know, people who have done 2 years at Hartford County read a lot of books if they can. Otherwise, who knows? I mean, we have to fix that problem.
I'd also like to follow up briefly on these concerns stated or written about your role as an advocate. All lawyers are advocates, right? The words are practically synonymous, and litigators are particularly pugnacious advocates. And every year in Connecticut and every other state, people who are fierce, pugnacious advocates become judges, where they're expected to adopt complete and total neutrality. AGs become judges, plaintiffs' lawyers become judges. And I know that we're not asking for that level of complete and total neutrality here. This isn't, the ombuds is not a judge. But I think if we slighted people because of their advocacy, we would be missing out on a lot of talent, and we might be precluding all lawyers and all activists. You're welcome to respond to that if you want, but.
Well, I think you make a very good point, Mr. Gehring, where, you know, we don't expect state court, or we do expect state court judges who are AAGs to be neutral. And I think, as I said before, an advocate, I'm supposed to be a zealous advocate. I'm supposed to take something just shy of the reduction to the absurd and make my point, right? I'm supposed to fight as hard as I can for my client. And I do that in the ombudsman role. I understand it's a different job description. And as I said, litigation is conflict, and it leads to high blood pressure, and I could do without that. Thank you.
Finally, I'd like to follow up on Mr. McGraw's questions about racism within the DOC. I'm not here to provide testimony, but for the benefit of the public, I just want to say, in case for some it fathoms belief, that I've also seen Confederate flag stickers and decals in the parking lots at Corrigan, as well as McDougal Walker. I'm not saying it's against the First Amendment. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but I think it speaks to the culture in a way that's significant. And relatedly, I wanted to ask you, I'm sure you're aware there's an issue nationwide concerning gangs, including white supremacist and white nationalist gangs within prison staff. In your experience, is this an issue in Connecticut prisons? And either way, is it something that you'd consider investigating as ombuds?
You know, the Hartford Police Department has long had a problem with white supremacy within its ranks. There was when I was a Hartford Advocate reporter in 1998, there were officers who had spider web tattoos on their elbows that were made to cover them up. Spider web tattoo being a white supremacist symbol on your elbow. So I think this would be an area for the ombudsman to probe with the correctional officers unions and leadership. I think it's a very important thing, like especially given what we're facing on a nation, as a nation and on a national level, with a rise in white supremacy and with, you know, like, it's hard to wrap your head around where we are in America in 2024, given the attacks against the 14th Amendment on a federal level. But I think that rooting out white supremacy in our correctional institution staff would be an important thing that we do. We can say clearly racism isn't acceptable in any shape, form, or fashion, and we need our state agencies to carry that out. And it's really hard in an institution that's built on racist ideas of mass incarceration. And I know that statement alone may be a heavy statement that I've been sort of told that I make, but it's real. It's real, right? There are people who want to repeal Loving versus Virginia in the United States right now. And that's a threat to my marriage, right? These are real things that happen, and we have to fight against them.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for your testimony here, your patience waiting us. And I just want to thank everyone present here for bearing with us. I think we're now done with our questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Kreisky, we'd given each candidate a minute to sum up. If you'd like to, I cut you off. If you have anything else to say before we move on, you're welcome to take that time, but
I cede the time.
smart. So we will return. We're going to just take a 5-minute break because we've been here for 3 hours in case anyone needs to stretch. And then when we come back, we'll have public comment. Mr. Kreisky, you're welcome to stay at this point, but you don't have to.
I shall, thank you.
We'll tell the others that as well. So thank you all, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
I just want to tell you that.
All right, folks, I think at least up here, we're all back. And so in the interest of moving things forward, we'll come back to order. We've now moved on to the public comment portion of this hearing. We have upwards of 20 or more individuals who have registered to give statements. And we'll call you in order. This is for those who are here in person. I apologize. It would be great for you to go first and you can get out of here, but I think there's some rule that requires this to be randomized. That said, for anyone who's here and is unable to stay long enough until their name is called, you can still submit your testimony or any statement online on our webpage, which probably has something like Correction Advisory Committee. It's I would just Google Correction Advisory Committee and you'll get there, and there's a spot to submit statements. So anyone who's unable to hang around for their chance can do that. We're limiting folks to 3 minutes. It's 20 after 7 now, so bonus points if you don't use 3 minutes, and we will be Kirsten's going to be very obnoxiously ringing that bell at the 3-minute mark. And then I think that's all. So the first person who's registered is Karen Prescott. This is someone who will be on Zoom. No, she's not there. Should I call her again? Is that what? She's joining. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Hi, Ms. Prescott. You have 3 minutes to make any statement you'd like, starting now.
Thank you. My name is Corinne Prescott, and I am here to offer a testimony as to why I believe Kenneth Krajewski would be good for this role. According to the Oxford Dictionary, an advocate is a person who publicly supports a particular cause or policy. Ken Krajewski is an advocate. He has been one for many years. He has repeatedly and continues to show up, stand up, and speak up for some of the most marginalized communities who have been historically silenced. Because of his advocacy, he is not just making waves, but he is making history. Ken is passionate, enthusiastic, driven, and caring. He is compassionate. These characteristics convey that this is not just a job for Ken, but a calling, a lifelong mission. He is well informed. He continues to learn, and he is ready to share his knowledge with others. He is extremely knowledgeable about what is happening locally, statewide, national, and as well as international. And he has the ability to connect all of those dots and see how they fit into what is happening here in Connecticut. He is a great communicator. He is a connector. He is inspiring. Ken is empowering. He is persistent. And most of all, he is a servant. How do I know this? Because he advocated for me. I was the victim of a hate crime, and he continues to advocate for me. He is and will continue to serve his community. He does this not for glory, but for the quiet satisfaction of helping others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prescott. Next up is Shireen Bailey, who is also on Zoom.
Hello, hi, good evening.
Hi there. You have 3 minutes if you'd like to make any statement related to this position.
Okay. My name is Shireen Bailey, and I've been employed with the Department of Corrections for 15 years, and I'm currently on the executive board member of the AFSCME Local 391 Correctional Union. I urge you to reject Barbara Fair as a candidate for the position of Correctional Ombudsman. Ms. Fair repeatedly belittled correctional staff for their lack of education yesterday at a news conference. That is a shame. Over the years, I've strived to become a well-rounded officer who advocates for the safety and improvement of inmates and staff. I'm currently a licensed practical nurse and have saved many lives in my career. My educational skills have provided mental health assessments and awareness, which is beneficial to the various inmate populations. I have used these skills to assist both staff and inmates. Therefore, I feel as though these remarks are degrading to myself and to all staff members who have outside expertise and who have come from humble backgrounds. Ms. Fair has made multiple statements which concern staff. We believe that she will create unsafe working conditions while trying to advocate for inmates. She has supported policies which would make facilities more dangerous. For example, she wants to prevent handcuffing without a captain. This says that she's unaware of the correctional duties, of the hazardous duties in correction. Fair has many personal biases, which will affect her abilities to do what the position of ombudsman entails. An ombudsman is supposed to be neutral and unbiased. For these reasons, I'm asking the committee to reject Ms. Barbara Fair as a candidate for ombudsman.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Bailey. Next, we have Stephen Strom, also remotely. Mr. Strom is, okay. Mark Manillo.
Good evening, sir.
Hi there, you have 3 minutes. You don't have to use it all, but go right ahead and let us know what you think.
Okay, great. First, I'd like to say thank you, Chairman Dooley, Chairman Garcia, and the members of the Correctional Advisory Committee. My name is Mark Manillo. As stated, I'm a union steward with Local 387. I'm a veteran of 17 years on the job for corrections. I'm here with the other local officials from the 2 other local bargaining groups, 1565 and 391. Prior to choosing this profession, I taught in high school social studies. I have a bachelor's degree with multiple minors. I say that only to address a comment that some of the candidates have addressed, that all DOC members are just GEDs or only have GEDs to join the DOC. I'd like to say that I've listened to all the testimony. We are correctional professionals. We're not thugs with a badge, nor do we want to keep people incarcerated for our gratification. With that, I respect the position of the ombudsman, and I hope that they are able to do their duties diligently and both continue that the safety between the staff and inmates. With that, I speak against the nomination of Barbara Fair as well as a correctional ombudsman. Ms. Fair, again, as stated earlier, repeatedly made public statements vilifying corrections officers and correctional employees. Ms. Fair ardently supported legislation that would make correctional facilities far more dangerous. She advocated for the prevention of, again, using the handcuffs, as my colleague stated. And with that, did not look into all of the actual fundamentals or how the job would be implemented in such things as only having captains available or not being allowed to use the tools that we have that allow us to keep the incarcerated population safe. It's not just for our safety, but it's for the safety of the incarcerated as well. With that, Ms. Fair has also graduated from reform work to dismantle work completely. And this comes from a statement in the Connecticut Mirror back in June. There's a Free Them All movement that advocates for the eradication of the prisons, yet offer no real alternatives. Dismantling the correctional system with no stated alternative is irresponsible. Our unions urge the legislator not to allow inmates more out of cell time as the increase without the increased constructive activities for the inmates and without the additional staff safety. We talked about it, or was talked about that, transparency and trying to see what and where the monies are going. Of course, with more program, you do need some more funding, and you do need, whether it's professional development and people who are going to be able to implement that, but you also need the staff to oversee it and the incarcerated to play their part and work diligently towards that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manillo. I'm sorry I have to cut you off. Appreciate that, though. Next up is Correa Ivelisse, who may be in person. Okay. Okay, come on up. Go ahead.
So I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. And if Barbara Fair, if Ken Kraske was not going for this position, I would have supported Barbara Fair. And I didn't write anything. I usually do, and I come to these committee hearings a lot, but I figured I'd speak from the heart and tell y'all a story about when I met Ken before he became a lawyer. My father was incarcerated for a cannabis possession charge, and I was in high school. I was in Long Lane, and me and 2 other girls who aren't alive right now, wrote an article with Echoes from the Streets with Ken about our conditions. And then afterwards I was released and he disappeared. So we didn't know like where he went. No one knew where he went. We found out he got fired. We didn't know why. And we were kind of confused about it. We were angry. And most of my adult life, I've never read the article that was written. And I didn't know until about 3 years ago that people were angry for me and my conditions. I didn't know that it made a lot of people angry. So we were talking about the food, we were talking about, just the housing. And we're just girls, we were throwaways. No one cared about our conditions except for Ken, who told us vent in this article. And we did. And it was just supposed to be, other OPP kids and other DCF kids. Right now it's stored in Dodd Center for Humanities. And I'm not sure, I can't speak for the other two girls because they're not here right now, but I do believe they would have still been here if they knew that someone else cared. I know Cassie would have definitely still been here. She died of an overdose. But Ken cared, and Ken told me to document everything. He taught me more than DCF facilities did to kind of get me ready for college, which is unfortunate. So I don't know who his first client was, but technically I was before he even went to law school. And, I guess the governor was upset. Jody Rowe kind of got upset, had him arrested. You guys read about it. But all that started with him speaking up for me. And I felt like when I found out he was going for this, I'm like, oh, okay, so this position might have been created with you in mind. He's always spoken up and he's told others to speak up, and he gave me my voice before I even knew that people actually cared and that this was published all over the place. He gave me my voice as a child. So I guess with that, I'll wrap up, and that's why I came here to support Ken, because he gave me my voice back in 2001. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. Moving on, we have Carlos Diaz on Zoom.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, sir.
All right, first of all, I want to thank the committee, and I want to thank everyone for being here so late around dinner time, including myself. I'm here to testify on behalf of Kenneth J. Krajewski, who's been a large part of my life since I was 13 years of age. As the previous speaker mentioned, he started the youth paper called Echoes from the Streets. At the time, I was an orphan at 13. After Echoes of the Street, I went through the system when I was 17. I've done 13 years in the system, not including special parole. I am now a 36-year-old father with 2 boys, going on my second corporate management position here in Fairfield County. I want to testify to Ken's ability to not only help people of color coming from my neighborhood, from the south side of Hartford, but also holding us accountable. For example, Ken taught me a lot about accountability, not just as a man, but as a community member, and how much was on my shoulders and the burden of representing not only myself, but my family and those that love me. So again, I'm here to testify on behalf of Kenneth Krajewski's character as a human. We're all acquainted with his line of work. His history speaks for itself, I believe. But a great man, a position made for a man of this stature. Again, accountability to both sides, not just to the inmate population, but also for the correctional facility and vice versa. I think he's looking for just justice, because that's all he ever stood for what's right. And I used to, again, I'll leave you guys with this. I used to think, why does this crazy white man care? He just cared about what's right, not about color, not about position, not about authority, about what's right as human beings. And I don't need 3 minutes to tell you guys that. I can go on forever about Kenneth J. Krajewski. So again, I leave you with that. Accountability is what we represent, not just for one community or one side of the aisle, but for both sides, so that we can all remain human in this process. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diaz. And next is Rose Longo McLean, who I believe is here.
Thank you for your efforts here. And why did these crazy white people care? Okay. I liked what Carlos said because I am a retired civil rights and criminal defense attorney, and I've known Ken Krajewski for 15 years. And I think why people care is because we're all here together, and people who are concerned with justice care. So I think that addresses the issue of whether Ken can bridge the divide. It's not really incarcerated people versus correction, okay? It's people who care about justice, and they're people who are incarcerated that care because it affects them directly and because they care about their brothers and sisters. And it's also the people that work in correction and in the system who do care about that. Ken is the ideal person for this position. He's been serving disenfranchised members, as you can hear, since before he was an attorney many years ago. And we've heard from a couple of those people tonight. And as we serve this disenfranchised community is a reflection on the whole community. So it's so important that the person who's going to fill this role is going to come to this role with the technical requirements needed, as well as the moral fiber. And I can attest to the fact, after 15 years of watching Ken in and outside of the courtroom, that he embodies all of that. His legal skill might only be outmatched by his ability to interact and communicate with people. I've interacted with Ken myself, both personally and professionally, and I can with all confidence attest to his sharp intellect, his skill, and his tenacious character. He never gives up. I witnessed Ken's fight for his own fight to right what was wrong, starting back in 2007 when he was arrested falsely, and it was a false arrest, a First Amendment violation, and he persevered for years to try and right that ship and right that wrong. I also have firsthand witnessed his fight in and out of the courtroom for the incarcerated population that and other downtrodden people that he's represented. He never gives up. He just doesn't give up. This position that's been created is going to require the tenacity, this fighting spirit, and the energy to persevere. Ken has the energy and the skill needed to carry out the mission of this position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for coming here tonight. We'll now move on to Joseph Bacuzzi, who's online. Mr. Bacuzzi, if you're speaking, you're on mute. Can we unmute him?
I'm sorry. All right, sorry. There we go. My name is Joseph Bacuzzi. I was a former inmate in the Department of Corrections in Connecticut, and I'm speaking for Ken Krajewski. I'm the one that he spoke about when he talked about his plan to use the CHRO against the Department of Corrections. So before coming to prison, I had multiple problems. I had Lyme disease, degenerative disc disease, and I was a passenger that got hit by a dump truck, and I have two herniated discs in my neck and in my lower back. And for years and years and years, I fought and got no kind of medical attention, period, whatsoever. And I called lawyer after lawyer after lawyer, and Ken was the only person that came and seen me and took my case and did what he needed to do. And now, you know, I'm out with even more multiple problems. I gained 172 pounds in prison. If you could see me before I went to prison, I'm missing all of my top teeth. I mean, I literally look crazy. Prison ruined me. And like I said, everybody who goes to prison is not a degenerate. You know, I had medical conditions, and I was one bad choice, from taking the wrong path, and that's what happened. And you get treated in prison like, like you're worthless, like you don't have any rights. I've had nurses tell me that you're a prisoner. You don't have rights. What are you arguing about? So Ken fights for the people who have no voice. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing that, Mr. Pacuzzi. The next person on our list is Nancy Peters, who may be here in person.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, welcome. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Peters, and I live in Norwich. I write to lots of Connecticut incarcerated people. Lately, I've received, probably 30 letters from them, all of them imploring you and the governor to appoint Barbara Fair as their ombudsperson. All these letters are up on the testimony site. You've referred to them. I'd like to present some of the excerpts from them. First, Barbara Fair is not only a highly qualified woman, she's a highly qualified woman of color, which assures me that she has encountered the inherent difficulties that come with being a woman in a racial minority. Who better to represent a marginalized community? Throughout my time in prison, I've witnessed officers abuse their authority. I've seen them display callous attitudes when asked by inmates to be taken out of cells they don't feel safe in, and have often heard them say, "Why don't you all just fight? Go ahead, kill each other." We need a voice, a true mediator that stands on the side of right, someone who understands and has continually fought for those in prison. That person is Barbara Fair. Another, I'm sending this letter on behalf of our surrogate mother, Miss Barbara Fair, who had spent countless hours outside cold winters in front of prisons to advocate for inmates like myself, and who's lost sleep thinking about us being treated worse than animals. She takes the time to send handwritten letters to inmates, including myself since 2004, to support me with the lack of humanity issues done to me since the age of 18 by DOC staff. Another, we need someone like Barbara Fair who we can turn to when York CI decides to mistreat us. I came into York November 22, and I've been asking to see a cardiologist since I came in. I'm a high-risk cardiac patient. I've had 5 heart attacks, and I have 4 cardiac stents. I keep being told they are going to bring me, but it's been 14 months. About a year and a half ago, after I was jumped by 3 other women, I was viciously attacked by an employee being kicked in the temple after I was subdued and handcuffed. I followed all the protocol to try to get this addressed. I was told the use of force was valid, end of subject. Barbara has fought hard to end the abuses of solitary confinement, strip searches, and so many other violations of incarcerated people. I feel this would have ended differently if I had someone like her to investigate this situation. And finally, as a society, we view people in prison as deserving of all kinds of misery, and we've accepted an institution that ensures that suffering by the way in which it's staffed and operated. Ms. Fair wants to dismantle this paradigm and replace it with one of mutual respect, dignity, cooperation, and transparency. So she ends it saying, you people here today and the governor, you can do something to turn this around. You can appoint Barbara Fair. The choice is yours. And I say, yes, the choice is yours and the choice is in the governor, but shouldn't it be those incarcerated people's too? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, there are a number of statements submitted online, so we're all aware of them and they're in the record. We appreciate you reading from some of them. We have now Olivia Rinkies on Zoom.
Thank you. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkus from the town of North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm testifying tonight in strong support of Ms. Barbara Fair for the position of Ombudsman of the Department of Corrections. Part of being unbiased is recognizing that being convicted of a crime does not mean a person should be deprived of basic human rights and dignity. I don't want my tax dollars going towards the perpetuation of harming individuals through substandard conditions in carceral facilities and treatment by employees. Connecticut must address the systemic racism and chronic underfunding of resources and services in community, especially those impacted by over-policing. But until those systemic changes are made, it is vital to have someone in the position of independent oversight who can keep the current focus on addressing the needs of those who have been impacted or harmed by the carceral system, while also ensuring accountability and transparency within the Department of Corrections at all levels. Ms. Fair's many years of advocacy and work with and for the safety and rights of incarcerated individuals show that she is most definitely the person for the job. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rinkus. The next is Ann Massaro, who's also online. I've just seen her. Ms. Massaro, are you?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Taj. I'm here. First of all, I want to thank the Advisory Council for all the work they did and for bringing us to this point. I have worked with Barbara for many years in Stop Solitary. I know her both professionally as an activist and as a friend. All of the questions raised by the committee tonight, Barbara can answer with her life's work, her dedication to changing the paradigm of incarceration, to try and push for more humane conditions for people and becoming the voice of those who have no voice. There is no one better qualified for this than Barbara. The issue of money has been raised. I want to point out to all of you that we're here now with the passage of the PROTECT Act and the inclusion of having an ombuds position because of Barbara. She did this work. The budget that we have in Stop Solitary, we worked in the past with $40,000 a year. She has done miracles because her voice is not only of the community, the voice of her family, and the voice of those people that are incarcerated. She's able to work miracles with the budget that we've had to bring this bill to pass. Her expertise through her professional career as a social worker and managing groups of people is perfect for this. You know, the concern has been raised, I heard over and over again tonight, about Barbara's bias. And I'm not really sure what that means. I think when it comes from people in corrections, that it means that she's biased toward incarcerated people. And it's just not the case. She saw the vision for this position so that people that don't have a voice would have a voice. But we tried to pass the wellness passage for this act that would include members of corrections. That bill initially was not signed by the governor, although it was passed bipartisan in both houses. This is all part of Barbara's vision for how this will happen. She's been to Norway. She has seen a model for what humane incarceration looks like. She has seen a model for true, reentry programs there that really help people and get people ready to reenter our communities. So I support Barbara 1000%. You could not have a better candidate for this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Massaro. We now have Brian Withington on Zoom.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You have 3 minutes if you'd like to make whatever statement you want.
Yep. Good evening, Chairman Dooley, Chairman Garcia, members of the Corrections Advisory Committee. My name is Brian Withington. I'm the Vice President of Corrections Employee Local 1565. I'm a 15-year corrections officer. I'm here with elected union officials, the other two state corrections units, Local 387 in the Chester area and Local 391 in the northern part of the state. I'm here today to speak against the candidacy of Barbara Fair for Corrections Ombudsman. Ms. Fair has a strong anti-correction staff bias that has shown repeatedly. Fair accused two correctional employee members of this committee with obstructionism before the first meeting of this body even occurred. This and many other public comments show that Ms. Fair has no respect for staff. This is sad. The preeminent organizational scientist of modern times Dr. Peter Drucker preached that if you want to improve any system, you must listen to the line workers. You cannot improve the corrections system by ignoring and degenerating staff. You should see staff as an asset and as the experts that they are. Ms. Fair is incapable of doing this. In fact, just yesterday, Ms. Fair mocked the educational attainment of correction staff at a press conference in the Legislative Office building. While some of my colleagues might come from humble backgrounds, I have never met a more professional group of individuals who take pride in their correctional careers. Recently, one of our staff colleagues stopped a potentially deadly inmate on inmate assault. An inmate befriended and was pushing a wheelchair-bound inmate. This inmate pulled out a shank and repeatedly stabbed the wheelchair-bound inmate in the chest. Protocol is for staff to assemble in a greater number than involved inmates in a violent altercation. This staff member dove headfirst into the hallway, unarmed, to stop the inmate with a knife from killing the wheelchair-bound inmate. This video of this life-saving action was posted publicly on Connecticut News Junkie. This video did not surprise me. I have seen my colleagues risk their safety on numerous occasions to save inmates. This is probably why the DOC has a medal that it awards to staff for saving inmate lives. To read Ms. Fair's comments, one would think that staff is demonic. Our staff have a tough enough job without an ombudsman who regularly vilifies staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Withington. Rose Reyes is the next up on Zoom. Okay, Ms. Reyes is not there. So we'll move on to Jessica Edwards. Oh, hi.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Jessica Santana, Edwards for certain things, but Santana, I am here to support Ken. I was his sole paralegal and only staff member for 10 years while we did numerous deliberate and different cases. I believe that Ken was supposed to do this because I met him through my little brother over 25 years ago. He and a couple of the other speakers were part of Echoes from the Street. He also wrote about the medical or lack of medical attention in the DOC, and he published under the Belly of the Beast article in Echoes from the Street. And I've always thought to myself that that was somehow the prelude to what we ended up doing 10 years or many years later for 10 years. And in that time, sorry, I'm a little nervous. We helped with many inmates with Hep C. The class action, it was just us two. And it was hundreds and hundreds of letters that we read, hundreds of inmates that we spoke to and advocated for. And I will never say that we have ever thought that COs or any of the staff was, we didn't label them in any way. Yes, there's few bad apples here and there, but there were plenty of COs that called and we spoke regularly. We did legal visits. We did legal calls. I think that Ken is here to make it fair for everyone. Sorry, let's see. I'm sorry. I have lost my train of thought. It's just, it's very simple, even from back then through now, the Hep C cases. We did Wayne World where he kept saying, you know, my skin is literally leaking. And they were like, you have eczema. And he had cancer. There's so many cases. Miss Prescott, one of our first speakers, we zealously advocated for her. That's a hate crime. That's not even for the inmates. But the bottom line is that Ken advocates and helps everyone. It doesn't matter what color, what sex, what anything. If you ask him for help and he can find the resources to help you, Ken will help you. And I think that this role, while I appreciate that Ms. Fair helped create this role and this bill, I feel like this role would be so better suited for Ken. Actually, I kind of think that Ken and Ms. Fair could do it together. I feel like, you know, they bring exactly what is needed for the position. But I do really feel like Ken is the perfect candidate for this position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. Where Where are we? David, Michelle? No, okay. James Jeter?
How you doing?
Let's go ahead.
My name is James Jeter. I am the director of the Full Citizens Coalition, a Connecticut-based action group that seeks to undo the unjust harm of felony disenfranchisement until all citizens in Connecticut are seen as full citizens. I'm here to testify really about just some of the language that's been used today and what I've heard. And I want to start this off by telling a story because I served from the age of 17 to 36, 19 years and 10 months in the Department of Corrections. And during the era when we actually had an ombudsman, it was less than a paper tiger position. It was a part of the deal. It was a part of the DOC. You had officers who it was a 2-year appointment as a post. And during that time, you would write a grievance, and your grievance would be given to the officers who you wrote up. And the insular and circular practices of retribution for seeking to bring transparency, because you had no other advocacy in DOC other than the ability to write a grievance. It was undermined, and so you have a very insular system. A system that upholds itself without any real checks or balances. During my incarceration, I had a cellmate who had been previously incarcerated, and during his previous incarceration, he was charged with an assault on staff. He was charged in the court of law, and during his trial, he was acquitted. And the judge stated that he believed that the officer acted in a malicious manner because the officer entered his cell without backup. So he had a fight. The officer started the fight, and my cellmate won the fight. The charges were thrown out. He was acquitted. However, he was banned from having contact visits forever in DOC. He was never allowed to see his children, not from behind glass, because his ticket for an assault on an officer was not thrown out. He was not acquitted. He was found guilty, even though every administrative procedure that the officer was to follow before entering into a cell was not adhered to, not one of them. The officer's word was still more valid in the DR courts, which is the institutional courts inside of the prison, than the word of an incarcerated person. And that is always the case. And the only outlet you have is advocacy like Barbara's Fears, which is legislative and community advocacy, or legal advocacy, which is what Ken does as a profession. This is not adversarial for the sake of being an adversary to the system. This is adversarial for the sake of finding the truth, and the truth is something that DOC has stood against: transparency and accountability. And my fear is that I see language being used to lull this position into a neutral position.
I'm sorry to speak over you. We really appreciate your perspective and statement, but we have to move on to Cindy Pritzio, who should be here.
Hi, my name is Cindy Pritzio. I represent One Standard of Justice, a nonprofit, volunteer-based civil rights advocacy. I just want to really echo what James Jeter said. The entire DOC system, parole, probation, there's such an amount of arrogance that we've given them, the taxpayers, because they self-govern themselves. Are we truth seekers? Like, what are we going to do about this? Quite frankly, we need Barbara Fair, Hillary, and Ken. And that's a drop in the freaking bucket. I do have a bias. Yes, I do. I have a bias for honesty and integrity. And I don't want to be the only ones, my loved ones, who have been inside prison, or any of us, our families, our communities that take responsibility. Where is anybody else taking responsibility? So let me tell you a story. And I wish Commissioner Semple was here. Probably 7-8 years ago, something happened with Semple would call it, Commissioner Semple would call it a by the book corrections officer. I would call it somebody who was abusive, probably did sexual assault, certainly harmed psychologically and emotionally a person who was incarcerated. And so we were trying to get relief. And he goes, do you think we would put somebody that was dangerous to the community, especially at Brooklyn? We would never do that. And so my cousin, the attorney, starts doing the research. And this corrections officer has a mile-long, quote unquote, rap sheet, my slang, for history. And there's an outstanding lawsuit where the judge dismissed 7 of the defendants, but did not dismiss this CO. If we want honesty, integrity, and responsibility, nothing is black and white. And quite frankly, anybody who's listening from the DOC, you guys are not perfect and mistakes are made. And unless we start having that kind of give and take, what is this position going to do? It's a drop in the bucket. Our people are getting harmed. Every time I hear about a death inside prison, I wonder, it's usually 60% of the time it'll be a person with a sexual offense. There's bias. And we heard during the police accountability bill and the listening sessions, the white police force in Hartford thinks there's no racism. Like, so if we're truth seeking, we better start accepting some of this stuff and working on it together, but working on it with leadership and the correction staff who think there's no problem. How do we get this gray area? And I think I wanted to say one other thing.
To be consistent in how
I know, but I wanted to, I'm sorry, Todd, but I wanted to say one more thing. There was so much emphasis. I know this is me. There was so much emphasis put on people who are incarcerated. There was no talk about parole. And parole's another, this position is daunting, and I would take any one of the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience tonight. And again, if anyone has more to say, that the online submission is available. Our next registered speaker is Heidi Donovan. I think we've dropped off. And so finally, we have Christopher Thomas. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So I've known Ken since we were in high school together. We were close friends. We worked on the school newspaper together. We remained friends. We worked in the newspaper business together. And I've just seen him grow into a wonderful human. I've submitted written testimony, and I'm just going to read from some of it. I'll start at the end. You have an opportunity here based on the job description you've posted and based on the hearing. And thank you all for your time tonight. You have an opportunity to hire the right human for this position at the right time. I've known Ken, as I've said, for over 35 years. He is perhaps the most authentic and earnest and honest person I know. He has pursued knowledge since I've known him. He began as as I said, we were reporters together, and he always pursued whatever the most meaningful human interest story was out there. He traveled as a photojournalist, learning about the world. He was humble in that approach. He approached gaining knowledge as a lifelong learner. As he got older, he was driven by a steadfast belief in equality. He became an activist for causes in which he believed. And with his intelligence and his resolve, which I believe was greatly on display tonight during his testimony, we all know he was formidable in that role. He was and is never afraid to speak truth to power. And I think that's one of the things you want in this ombudsman. And then moved from protesting outside the system to the much harder, more challenging work of seeking change from within, which is another thing he said he wants to do as ombudsman. Put himself through law school, entered the arena of politics, and he has worked for justice on behalf of many citizens, including, as you all know, those who needed a hardworking, intelligent advocate for their constitutional and human rights. Your job description says you are seeking a person who will promote and advocate for the health, safety, welfare, and legal rights of individuals incarcerated within DOC facilities or on parole. Someone who will investigate and mediate complaints, someone who will examine and review and remain informed. Ken is wonderfully qualified for all those tasks. He's been a journalist, an activist, a lawyer, and most importantly, perhaps a conscientious citizen. One of the other things you say is that you're looking for someone who will take all possible actions to advance the interests of those who need their human rights protected. In the decades
Sorry to interrupt you, but
doubt Ken will fight for what he believes. Thank you guys so much for your time.
yeah, we appreciate your comment and bearing with us. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to make a statement? Okay, so with that, then we'll close out this public comment period, and we will adjourn the public hearing. We're gonna immediately convene a meeting of the Correction Advisory Committee, which is the same people you're looking at here. And it is very likely that there'll be very little business done in the public portion of that meeting. We'll be moving into an executive session to consider the testimony we've all just heard and returning hopefully with our ranked list of finalists for the position. So everyone's welcome to stay, but the meat of this meeting will be an executive session. Kirsten, is there anything, you got a gavel or something to just switch us over? Okay, so we'll now convene the meeting of the Correction Advisory Committee. In terms of opening remarks, which is on the agenda. Sorry, we'll recess. So there is we'll come back with different outfits or something. We'll come back in like 2 minutes as the Correction Advisory Committee. Thank you. I think that we into the room next door, yeah. And then that's when the others can join us on that Zoom. So what street are you on up there?
So like you're going up.
Yeah. I find it
How long have
very
you been there?
amusing.
I mean, we live in Haven.
Okay. Yeah. Kids come along or something. That's often
Well, no,
what
I
moves
mean,
people
like,
west. Yeah.
We, I mean, came for residency.
Yeah, I see.
The one.
We're reconvening. There's a little confusion. So I'll entertain a motion to move into executive session.
I raise a motion to go to executive session.
Okay, so we're now going to move into executive session, which means we're going to vacate the room, and we'll be back in a moment. We good? Okay, so we're, I think, back on the record in the public portion of our meeting. We've just met in executive session for some amount of time and discussed the candidates, the testimony that we heard today. So just briefly, I just, again, really want to thank each of the three candidates. Barb, you're still here, so I'll look at you directly. We so appreciate, I mean, all of your advocacy, but also in particular with this role, the thought you've put into it. And I think, it'd be such a great fit. Obviously, all three of the finalists who testified today are going to be on the list that is sent to the governor. The governor is not bound by our ranking. We certainly hope he'll give it some weight. And if as I understand it, if there's no action by the governor, it would be our top ranked candidate who would assume the role in an acting position. I'll invite in a moment if any other members want to discuss some of our thinking. But we've come out after sort of a balloting process recommending Ken Krajewski as the first ranked choice, Barbara Fair as the second, and Hillary Carpenter as the third. Again, we think all are qualified. I'd say, I think I speak for all. In particular, we could see both Ms. Fair and Mr. Krajewski excelling in this role. I think what was meaningful to us about Mr. Krajewski's application was the amount of thought and detail he had put into his plan for the first year of the office. That's going to be really important for the first person to hold this office to sort of get it up and running. You've heard several times from other speakers, and I think we would all reiterate, we would very much love to see whomever is appointed, if it's Mr. Krajewski or Ms. Fair or even Ms. Carpenter, who's their third choice. We'd love to see them working with the other two. We certainly know that Ms. Fair is going to be at every hearing and continue to be at every advisory committee meeting and hold, if it is Ken who's appointed, Mr. Krajewski's appointed, she's going to be holding his feet to the fire, and we're very grateful for that. So that's the list that we came out with. We will now vote to send that list to the governor. Before we do the vote, does anybody else want to say anything? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to send to the governor a ranked list of ombuds finalists, reading Ken Krajewski, Barbara Fair, Hillary Carpenter, in that order.
So moved. Seconded.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so that's the decision or the vote of the board. Thank you, those of you who've stayed with us in person tonight. Very impressive endurance. All those tuned in online, thank you so much. All those who submitted testimony, both those who spoke tonight and those who submitted online, it was very valuable, and we look forward to working with whoever the governor appoints and with everyone else who applied. So do we need to move to get out or just close? All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. And thank you again to Kirsten and Nate for staying late with us as well.